Hello, motherfuckers. Hi, Banana. Hi, Dan. How you guys doing? I hope you had a good, Thursday. I'm not too bad. I'm definitely feeling a lot better today. So that's a nice feeling. But I'm still kind of, wanting to have a chill stream. I don't want loud noises and things shouting at me to do things, so I'm just like, nah. Let's do them chilled vibes. We're gonna do Genshin things. There we go, it's working. Hi, friend. Have you got the... Jargon, you've got the new parts? You are meeting? You are the meeting? Oh man, I'm sorry. The new parts! Oh my god! Oh shit, that's loud.
The new pot.
The new parts! Oh my god! The new parts. Shit, bitch. That is pretty cool. I can't wait to see it because I haven't actually been able to update the rest of those emotes. Or the not emotes, the subscriber badges. Because Twitch is like, you don't have enough. And I was just like, well, fuck you. I have extra ones to go. So... It's a little bit hard to see because of the stars, you know, that tier 3 swag. Also, thank you for that, friend. But yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for you guys to see the next parts. The second one. It's very cute. I'll tell you that now for free. It's very fucking cute. Mau, you helping Moose with something? No worries. Say hi to Moose for me. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can jump it. That's the wrong one. This one. I was on the wrong page. Does my stuff actually work? Oh, it doesn't. Or what about that one? I can still be an idiot sandwich. And this one? All my stuff broke. My stream deck has got like an exclamation mark. Like, what is this? Nothing works. It's just covered in exclamation marks. I can't even tell what's wrong, but it's okay. It's an abuse! Hello, hello. Alright. Yeah, we're doing Genshin things again today, of course, naturally, as is, you know, standard. Standard Tato practice is, trying to finish her dailies and shit. And the event, I need to do the fucking event today. If I don't do the event by the end of today's stream, I'm just gonna go to bed and cry. Because I was meant to do it yesterday. Roxy even reminded me. She's like, oh, have you done the event yet? And I was like, no, but I'm gonna. Oh my god, what is that emote? It looked like, before I saw the ears at the back, it looked like a wiener that had just been like, what's that rope kink? Shibari wiener? That's what I thought it was. And I was like, kind kind of weird, Nabil, but you know, I'm not gonna shame you for your interests, the things that you follow and subscribe to. It ain't my business what you like. I thought it was a little bit weird, but it's not my business. Okay, that emote's amazing with the hat on. I love these. Wow! Welcome for me. All right. Has anybody here watched what's that show called? The more I try and think of it, the less it's manifesting in my brain. Man, it's not fuck. What's the opposite of steampunk? Fuck. Cyberpunk, thank you. Fuck, man. That's what I was trying to say the whole time. Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Has anybody watched that? I did turn off the Tato Slow. Sorry, that would have been a prime time to use it. I need to go turn some things back on. But I turned a lot of things off because I didn't want, like, loud noises to spook me. Because I'm feeling tired still. You know this jargon. I'm not fully back to Tato status. So I need some time to recover still. It's good, Nabil. So I was asked by a friend of mine to cosplay Rebecca. And just based on what I've seen of her, she's adorable and I love her. And I'm just like, I'm curious. Do you think she would suit me? Now that you've met me, Nabil, what do you think? I plan to watch it soon. I need her attitude. You think I don't got attitude, Nabil? You think I don't got it? You don't think I could pull off Rebecca? I'm so offended right now. So offended. I'm heart sore. You need to watch as well. How busy are you tonight, Jargon? Do you want to watch after stream? Because I need to watch it too. Let's go, boy. Let's go. Oh, I need these bad boys. Let me kill me. Let me kill me. That's not what I meant to say. Let me kill them while I'm here. You know. Can I swap characters? Am I allowed to? Ooh. Am I lagging? Uh-oh. That's spicy. Oh, tasty. Tasty nuggets. Thank you, little mushrooms. Maybe you're busy or maybe you want to watch it. That maybe can go in either direction. Otherwise, I may or may not just watch it without you. Because people have been asking me for days now to watch it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll watch it. And then every time they ask me, have you watched it yet? I'm like, no. Not yet. Soon. When I remember. So yes, it depends on very much me remembering to watch it. Because yeah, Rebecca's cute as hell, man. I would just have to commit fully to having no vision again because her eyes are a mess. And then also wearing a full bodysuit because her skin is actually white. Like, unlike my transparent, you can see my organs kind of white. She's just like actual white. And she got tattoos, man. She's got like one around her waist, she's got one on her thigh, and I think she's got one on her neck as well. And I'm like, I'm not a fucking a whorehouse, will I be painting that on my body? You can catch me dead before I do something like that. Actual madness. Oh, that was a mistake actually, I didn't mean to do that. But it's okay. You little fuck. Oh my god, I hate this. Can you get out of the water, homie? Just swimming with Kokomi there. Hi, Paparazzi! What is up with my game? It feels like weirdly laggy. I don't know how to explain. Like a stampede of turtles through peanut butter, kind of slow. It's kind of painful. How is everything going, Paparazzi? It's good to see you. Hope things are a bit better than the last time we saw you. Hope you're doing good, fam. Wow. Breathing is still a little bit difficult, which is why I don't want to be too hype. Because, like, now I'm short of breath. Getting too excited. Can't breathe. Must relax. Deep breaths only. Not like... and then pass out because I didn't fucking breathe. Like a normal person. And speaking too fast. Make a bitch dizzy. I hate this mushroom quest because so often I'll just hit like the edge of the mushroom. Jargon and I were talking about that, I think, yesterday. Especially on mobile, it's literally the worst. Social media detox going well? Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, you do need to sometimes just take a step back and breathe some fresh air, touch some grass. You know how it be. That woman behind my head just materialized there. Cool. Okay. This guy's just not listening. He's like, no, listen, actually. But I'm just gonna say yes. Of course. Because I get 10 primos for doing this. So why wouldn't I do it, you know? It's paid work. Give me my primos. Please and thank you. What's the fastest way there? You've been missing us. Oh, Paparazzi. Don't worry, you missed as well, but we're not gonna tell you that. Because we want you to come back when you're ready. So we miss you, but we don't miss you too much. Take your time, homie. Take all the time you need. Come back when you're ready, when you're recharged. When you got your ducks in a row. Because then you'll feel good as well. I hate trying to watch other people's streams or like trying to participate in a conversation when I've got like 100 other things on my mind. Wah! Anon!
Anonymous streamed.
Ah!
100 biddies.
Anon, thank you! Thank you for the biddies! Much appreciated. Whoever you are, Anon, I hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. Take care of yourself. Eat some good food. Drink some water. I say, as I sip an energy drink. But, this is like a very mild energy drink. I had a look at it the other day. It's got like 1/3 of the caffeine of a Monster. And I was like, ooh. That sounds good. Hydro boy! Hello, hello. What's poppin'?
Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, Papa T. Thank you for the lurkies. How you doing, Hydro boy? Guys, I got to meet Hydro boy at Comic-Con. It was really cool because it was unexpected. And he looked really cool because he was dressed as Thor. And I was just like, my brain was just buffering. He was like, Hydro boy! How are you doing? How are you doing, Hydro boy? Energy drinks got some vitamins and stuff. I mean, do they? Does this one? Oh, it does. It's got vitamin C. And that looks like the only thing. Yeah, this has got vitamin C in it. So this is like, it's called Lucozade. I don't know if it's like a South African thing. Produced in South Africa. Okay. It is South African. Oh my god, it's made in Greenstone? No ways. I lived really close to there. That's insane. Anyway. Everything has vitamin C? Vitamin C, these nuts! Okay, what am I supposed to be doing here? Go to the place he marked and get the soil? Where? I'm so confused right now. Am I missing something? I think everyone's brain farted at Comic-Con when meeting some... Yeah, definitely. This doesn't tell me anything. Oh no. Is there supposed to be something in particular? Oh wait, is it that? Oh, sneaky, secret walls. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing a lot better. Sinuses have completely cleared up. My throat is fine now. It's just like the occasional sniffles and a weird cough. I hate this. So when I had COVID, this happened with COVID as well. I was like fine for a little while and then I developed a cough. This time I developed a cough while I was still sick. So that sucked. But still, like, why? The cough at the end. Thankfully it's a very mild cough, so blessed, I think. But yeah, meeting people for the first time, especially if you don't know what their face looks like. Even if you know what their face looks like, it can be a little bit confusing. Because sometimes the stream face is not the same as the face. For some reason. Also, you get these like mental pictures of how tall people should be. Or how wide. Like you think this person's gonna be like 2 meters tall and wide as a door. And then there's me, who's a teeny tiny. Thankfully, no one said to me at Comic-Con, "You're shorter than I thought you'd be." Because I might have been offended. But I tell everybody that I'm teeny tiny, so y'all should be prepared. Just put me in your pocket and feed me snacks, please. That's all I need. Snacks. A fed tato is a happy tato. Hi, yo doodles. How are you? Also, I don't know what I did to my my chat on OBS, but the colors are all darker today. So when Banana was talking earlier, it was like this weird yellowy brown, and I was just like, oh, did Banana change his color? Or their color? I actually don't know pronouns, my bad. But the color was darker, and I was like, no ways. You think that's bad? Some people thought I was the opposite gender? Eh? Nani? Man, that's wild. People had such weird ideas of of you, Yoda. Did anyone think you were tall? Because I think you and I have spoken about height before. Like I think I already knew what heights to expect. Because I think we're either the same height or very similar. But to think that you were a Huamans, that's a little bit odd, I think. Imagine if people thought I was a guy. The two of you in that picture together, the two of you together in that picture look tall, yeah? Where I'm Tanjiro and Yoda's Yoda? You're not a guy? Unfollow? Oh my god! Unfollow, unsub! Block! Block me! Goodbye. Never mind that I got a woman tag. Certified Huaman. I got a piece of paper that says so. And also a tag on Twitch. Lots of peeps thought I was tall. Only for me to disappoint them. Oh no, I love pocket-sized Yoda. Pocket-sized Yoda sparks joy. So it's all good. Don't worry, Yoda. I love the smalls. There's the itty bitties, like, sorry, I'm dying. Snail's teeny tiny, and Otter Lady's teeny tiny, and Paisley. Did you meet Paisley? She's so small. I could actually put her in my pocket. That's how tiny she is. I love her. She's also spicy as fuck, though. She's small and spicy. I thought I was spicy. She's even more condensed spicy. Hey, Llama! Intrigued to know how small Tato is? What measurement system do you use, Llama? Because I'm 157 and or 5'1". If that means anything to you. Does my VTuber look like a girl? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you don't even sound like a girl, so... I don't know, man. In centimeters? Yeah. 157. I almost said 1.57 and then I was like, wait. No, 1.5. 1.57 centimeters. I'm actually that small, imagine. I'm a speck of dust. But yes, 157. You can put me in your pocket. Your brain heard 175? Oh god, Llama. No, that's not tiny. That's freaking huge. Hi, Amy! VTuber Potato's too cute. Thank you. She's got a cute little outfit on for Halloween as well. I need to do her makeup at some point. But, yeah. It's Spooktober. So I decided to try a spooky outfit. I'm super small. But I wear shoes so that I'm not so small. But people are still like, wow, you're so tiny. Okay, hold on. What day is it? It's Thursday today, yeah? Did we do boss fights, guys? I need to check. We did! Okay, never mind, we're good. How tall is everybody else? Now that y'all know I'm itty bitties. Any spooky games for Spooktober? I want to play a spooky game, Yoda, but... oh, sorry. There's a frog in my throat. I don't know what to play. And everyone keeps suggesting, like, things that'll actually give me a heart attack. And I'm like, but I don't want to play something that scary. I want, like, Little Nightmares kind of scary, you know?
Excuse me!
Ah! Just Caro? Is that right? Just Caro? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing today? Do you like Genshin? 184? You're also 184, Llama? What the heck? You guys are so tall. Oh my god. Listen, anybody, if you've got any centimeters past 180, you have too many. And you owe me. You need to give them to me. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say because I just realized now how weird that sounded, but you have too many. Give them. Give them to the tiny people need. Just cut yourself off at the knees, then we can be even. Yeah? Sounds good to me. How about Luigi's Mansion? Is that a spooky game? It's a Switch game, yeah? Is it spooky? Also, Amy, thank you. Sorry, I did see your message earlier. I'm just a butt who can't read, apparently. It's got ghosts and stuff, I guess. I want to be a little bit frightened. Like, do you remember that other game with the creepy baby? What was it called? Among the Sleep? That's the kind of game I want to play. You know, like a little bit, but also I know that I'm not gonna die. Kind of things. I don't want to die. I don't like those kinds of games where things try and kill you. They spook me too much. I'm gonna do whoppers again oh wait, I need to do res and spend. Focus. Okay. If we did cut off our legs below the knees, would you use them as stilts? I could, actually. I could use different ones every day because I just apparently am friends with all the tall people. Oh, I was doing domains, right? Right. Admonition we don't need. I could farm Mora or books instead. Probably Mora, to be honest, because I really don't have a lot. I'm busy farming for Kusanali. If we all cut ourselves off at the knee, we could build our own Tato. Oh my god. That would be a lot of bones. A lot of teeny tiny bones. Interesting. An interesting thought, I guess. Oh fuck, I don't know what to do. Because I'm done with books for Tinari. He's 999. He's good. Lelele is good. She's 299. She doesn't need for her normal attack. And then this was a mistake. If anyone's wondering why that's a 2. I did it by mistake and then I was like, wait. What am I doing? I think these girlies are fine for now. Until I decide on team comps. I need to sneeze. Uh-oh. No wait, I think we're good. I didn't need to sneeze that badly. I might sneeze later though. No, no. You know when you get that like that TV static feeling in your nose and your body's like, it's time to sneeze. Nope. I got debated. Do I? I think I'll farm Mora actually, to be honest, because I only have like 3 million. That's not a lot for like leveling a character and doing talents and shit. Talents are so expensive. Oh my goodness. It's actually disgusting how expensive they are. Ah. Why I got blippies? Go away. Why is it making me click on things? These are all things that I picked up recently. My goodness. Imagine spending $5. Wait, I can't even see it though. Oh no. Why is it? What on earth? Oh my god. Huh. Why does it not... It's gone already? No ways. Wait. I'm sorry, I didn't even see it. Oh, that's terrible. 30 seconds, but thank you. Oh my god. 30 seconds. We should be able to change that. Like, the streamer should be able to decide how long $5... I reckon, like, $5 should be 5 minutes, not this. Why is there a blippy? What the f... Hello? This... What is it? What is new? There's nothing new. Help. I hate this. I hate it here. Oh my god, it's gone now. I'm gonna go cry. Rusty! Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well, friend. Take care. I just, I found options for my chat. I can, like, highlight different things. So, like, I want to highlight, like, VIP and moderator, because then I can see them really easily, actually. That's pretty cool. Hi, Chris! I can't believe it. Thank you for the $5. I don't know what part of that I even get, if I get anything, because Twitch is, you know, Twitch. But, I got chicken today. Shit, bitch. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for the 30 seconds. Oh man, I can't believe that. It's such a weird system that they've put in place. I wonder if it's kind of like the same. Probably. Who were you thinking? It was no. I was thinking Joggin. He did like he did one of those chat elevate things, but I missed it. Because Twitch makes you pay $5 for 30 seconds. It's actually ridiculous. Okay, wait. Focus, focus, focus. We're supposed to be going to do things. I still don't even see it. I don't know if it's because I have the Stream Elements chat. Wait, let me go check on the browser. Because I'm curious now, like... It just shows it, like, in the chat jargon, like... It doesn't actually show, like... At the top of the chat. I thought it was supposed to show at the top of the... Oh, it does show on the browser, but... Wow, I feel scammed. Twitch. Stream Elements, fix your shit, bitch. Yeah, I got a Stream Elements chat, man. Because it shows... I couldn't figure out how to make the standard OBS... the standard OBS do the thing. Like to show like the kappas and whatnot. Not kappa, the KWs and shit. Wow, that really doesn't last long. That is so fucking weird. Anyway, thank you for the doodles, I guess. Stop spending your money on that though. Go buy yourself Genshin rolls or something, Jargon. I'll ban you. Hi, Crossing Point! It's the Potato. It's me! It's the Spoopy Potato. Who is not focusing on what she's supposed to be focusing on. We're spending resin. We're getting Mora, because we're a little bit broke. How are you doing, Crossing Point? You pre-bought gems already? Yeah? Oh, for Nahida? Man, I want to call her Kusanali. It's such a mouthful, though. She needs a nickname. Oh, I can call her Nana. But technically, that's Chi-Chi's, like, Japanese name. So I don't know if I should. Like your fit, bro. Are you talking to me, Chris? If you are, thanks. Google Play was having a points bonus thing, so I bought all of the jeans. All of them? Wait, did you actually buy all of them? You want to wear a shirt like... What, like my outfit? Kinda strange. You're so cute with your nicknames. Thank you. It's, because my brain no worky. We got Lele and Tai Tai. Okay, hold on. This was that weird team I was using before. Tell them, girly. Oh, I need to build Traveler at some point as well. Tell him, Lele. You're all good, legit down to your last 1,000 more from all the upgrading. Oh, but you know what? Depending on what kind of upgrading you're doing, it can feel really good. Like, talents. I love upgrading talents. Crossing Point. I made a list. I spoke about this list last time I streamed as well. I made a list of all the things I need to do. Okay, those are just characters I need to level for free wishes. But the talents, these are the characters that I still have to build. Oh, I should probably add Traveler to this. I don't know what her things are, but she definitely needs work. I think she's on that same, like, she's on, like, 1, 1, 1, but she's technically on 4 for the one, because I have a con on her. But these are all the other characters that I've finished talents for. And there's a lot. I'm very happy. Not all of them are crowned, but a couple of them are. And then, yeah, these are just, like, it's gear that I have to do, and weapons as well. But yeah, it feels good. It feels good to do talents. Because you actually feel like you're going somewhere with it. But talents are so expensive. But at least you know, it's like, your damage will increase by this % when you level it up. Unlike with gear, you level the gear and all of it goes into HP when it's your main DPS character who needs literally any other stat. Oh man. You didn't buy all of them, but you bought the important one. Ah, that's perfect then. Just got Sino up to level 80 and 188. Oh man, feels good. Feels good to do that. Like when I got my Tanari's 999 now, but when I got him just to 177, I was so happy. I was like, fuck yes. So yeah, it definitely feels good. Hi Spectre, how are you? We're just chatting about how good it feels to level up your characters, to build your characters. What are we fighting? Oh no! Not the mushrooms. I mean, I definitely wanted to fight mushrooms, but did that guy get one shot? Oh my goodness. Mona! You stop killing everything, girly. Leave some for the rest of us. I need to level her stuff because her damage is not very big. Wait, why the crying face? Uh-oh. Oh, guys, can you take a chill pill? You wanna calm down? Boop. Ah! Stinky. Stinky mushroom. And once Kusanali comes out, I'm gonna like proper farm gear for poor Tenari and Kale and Traveler, because yeah, my stuff is very copium at the moment. It's very bad, but it's okay, I guess. It's better than nothing. They do some damage. But yes, Spectre, I don't know if I actually answered your question. I'm doing okay. Still a little bit short of breath, so I'm trying not to shout too much. It's difficult. I'm so used to shouting and being hype all the time. I want to heal, but I can't use a cookie. She's gonna mess up the drops. Oh. Yeah. These guys are spicy meatballs today. So much more weight today? Yeah. Just trying not to like cough and splutter in your ears, because that's the way it's going at the moment. Just breathing low and slow. Scenario actually looks like a lot of fun to play. He is! I'm gonna, yeah. So he doesn't stay on the field for very long, and I'm playing like ass at the moment. Apologies, because I'm avoiding using my healer. Let me just swap Runis to Kokomi-chan, because I want the mushroom drops. But yeah, he's super fucking fun, and like, if you pick the right combination of characters and you get the rotation right, you're just constantly switching. You're not staying on your main DPS and just hitting a lot with them. You're like constantly pumping out as many like skill and bursts as you can, because Tanari's on the field for such a short time. So yeah, it makes you focus on reactions a lot. Yeah. Exactly. You have to get your rotation down. You have to use all your characters. I see so many new people playing Genshin and they're just like on one character the whole time. You finished the whole event today, everything for the primos, and guess what? Wait, did you get him? Spec, did you get Sino? Did you get the boy? Been trying to focus on that more lately with the Dendro team. Yeah. And yeah, I was sick. I got a horrible sinus infection. I wanted to die, but I didn't. I'm kind of glad I didn't, though, to be fair. That's distinctly not fun. Despair. Hello. Amber is the best character for any new Genshin player. We can agree to disagree, yeah?
斩草除根，障眼法。
Look at these stinkies.
别担心，天命既定。
Get him, Mona. Oh, okay. Never mind.
看不出没完没了。
If Mona could stop kicking their asses before Tsunari has a chance to shine, that would be cool. Wait, why are you banning me? What the heck? Oh, you didn't even get a purple? Wait, did you still have time, yeah? Don't we? When does the banner end? Oh, goddamn, I can't remember my keys. This one. You still have a week. You still have a whole week. Do your dailies. Do as many stories, side quests. If you haven't done your hangouts, that's some primos as well. Even if you don't read the hangouts, you just click through it like crazy. Just go. Get all the primos you can. Can't stop, won't stop. Otherwise, I mean, he's definitely gonna rerun at some point. So what you could do, if you really want him, is you could just save up until he comes back. But I wouldn't be able to say for sure when he is coming back. Don't ban me. Don't ban. I ain't getting Sino. Oh no! Didn't realize me and Jargon were the only cultured people here. Despair. Oh man, Despair. I've been making Jargon. Well, I say making, but I've been watching Psyche with Jargon. We actually need to continue watching that at some point. Gonna ignore the fact that I asked him to watch something else with me later, but you know, not the point. He is indeed a man of culture, Psyche culture.
障眼法，万影珠帘。
Look at this poor guy.
尾巴毛都乱了，跟紧了。
I'm kicking my own ass with my own blooms. You're banned in spirit. Oh yeah? No, you gotta be banned with me, Crossing Point. You can't just leave me like that. You can't just leave me to be an exile by myself. Whoop. There's no primos left for the event in like 2 years. No, I doubt it will be that long. They don't really delay the reruns by a lot. It's typically some characters came back very quickly, like they had very quick
斩草除根，
follow-up banners, and a lot of people complained about some of them. But I know, for example, Yoimiya, she recently had one.
命定于此。
But she's back again because she's going to be in an event, so
夜照梦，
it makes sense why she's coming back again. And this guy? Oh, there's one behind. Where the fuck did you come from, buddy? Did he like just spawn in?
万影珠帘。
Oh my god.
可恶，
Wow.
后会有期。
Hi, Hassan. All right, hold on. I'm missing messages. I might turn that one off. What does that mean? Like so? How's it up now? You'll try and get things done? Yeah. You got mango ice cream? I hope you enjoy it. I don't really like mango though. I'm not dying, you're dying. Sino is very fun to play. He's not the strongest. Yeah? You love monkey brain smashy characters. Black Clover? Oh, I haven't even watched Black Clover. It's been in the back of my mind for the longest time, but I just haven't gotten around to watching it. Has Sango? Like Mango, but her son edition. Oh, that's a bit better. I'm just testing out new things in chat to read messages easier and stuff. Where's my Mora? Why my throat crispy though? Oh, sorry, Jargon hates that. Crunchy. I mean, what? I'm so close to 60. Spend some primos. Yeah, should I? I can spend some primos. I think I'll definitely get 60 at least by my 2nd anniversary. So I have a couple days. I think I should be fine. I've got events and stories and stuff to do as well. 4 days? Yeah. But look, I got a shitload of fucking stories to do. There's 600, 500. What? Can I stop closing them? What? Nothing? Well, oh wait, that's a hangout, that's why. Ooh, what the fuck? Oh, this is I need to do this today, guys. This is the event, yeah? Okay. So, I've got some extras. It's your favorite anime? You got a tattoo? Oh, shit. Ah! Oh no, what have I done? Ah! Ah! Panic! Let's go! Splashy squad! Panic! Oh, there's another guy at the back there? Oh no. This is the worst timeline. Why was there 3 of them? I'm so confused. Oh, there were actually 3 of them. I just somehow missed it. Cool, I'm so glad. Anyway, guys, I'll respond in a second. Sorry. I'm trying not to die. Ah! Oh, okay. He's dead. Never mind. Hi, Bubble! Kirsten/Kirsty says hello. I still feel bad about that. Hi, Kirsten! I hope you're doing well. Oh, there's a quest down there. I hate these ones. Thank you for the lurkies, Hassan. So I guess the only problem with having the moderator thing highlighted is that, ow, you bastards. Goddamn. The only thing that sucks about having moderator messages highlighted is that, look at this idiot. It highlights the bosses, the bots. The bots as well. Going to 100% everything in the game in the name of Sino. Best of luck, I hope it goes well. Get all the primos for the boy, I believe. Did I miss any other messages? Let me just E-bubs! Like an electronic bubble. Words are hard, man. No? No, thank you. I do not want to buy any. There's a sleepy boy over there as well. Actually, I think exploring's not a bad way to get primos as well. Now that I think about it. Uh-oh. Ah! I come back to something to button my face. Nice. So glad that's a thing. Okay. Okay, guys.
斩草除根。
I love when they get stuck on something and their animation goes all funky. Like, yes, that's exactly what I wanted.
别碰我！切！
一叶障目。
Yeah, for some reason my game feels like really sluggish. Feels like lag, but I'm not lagging, so...
看不清了吧？
I keep jumping the gun with his charged attack. Anyway, E-Bubs, like an eagle? I don't know, man. Do you want to be an eagle? You can be whatever you want to be. And if that's an eagle, then, you know, that's your business. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't be an eagle. If that's your aspiration, your dream in life to be an eagle. Sounds like I'm saying eagle. E-girl. Girl. Uh-oh. I was trying to avoid those guys. If I was beautiful, I'd be an amazing eagle. That's fine, just be a VTuber eagle. It's easy. But like an eagle. Wow, words are hard, man. What am I saying? Uh-oh.
命定于此。呀！帮帮忙！
一叶障目。
Accidentally burnt the mushrooms, guys.
引珠帘。
Now we're sad. Oh, we got fresh mushrooms.
冲啊！克里安巴！
Yay!
看不清了吧？
Wow. I can't count,
一叶障目。
apparently. Oh, I still got some fungal ones. I'm guessing that's from the two guys we killed at the end there, but that's okay. You're all beautiful. You want to be an e-boy? You already are an e-boy. Mao Mao's the e-boy, and Bubble can be the eagle. Despair, you can also be an eagle. An eagle. How do you even animate a VTuber eagle? I feel like there has to be someone who's tried that. Imagine. That outfit is so cute. Puggy, you should see the rest of it. It is adorable.
Excuse me.
Ah! Oh shit, guys, we hit the follower goal. Hi, Kintail Fox, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Welcome to the posse. We're not crackheads. No, sir. So late for the follow. No, you know what? I need to go check if I follow you. Can we get a shouty outie for Kintail? You stream, right? Ah. It's fine. If you get a shouty outie, I'll be able to. Why is it not showing it today? Wait, does that mean I already followed you? I don't know. Oh no. Not crackheads. Yeah, we crackheads couldn't be me. Could never be me. Does it have to be on browser? No, because it showed it before, but I don't know if I broke it somehow, so...
天命既定。
But I'll check now. Once I'm done hitting these people.
障眼法。声音。
Because I got wishy-wishies to do. You broke all the things? Of course I did. It was me all along.
帮帮忙！
I'm actually OBS and I break all the things. Get him, fishy! Anyway. I got a picture of you and GMAC before I dropped into a stream. It's fine! Do you know what? There's so many people in South Africa. I'm still finding new people all the time. So it's the most chill, honestly. There's so many people. All the time, everywhere. Are you just everywhere? Jargon is everywhere. He's the honorary South African lurker. Because he's just everywhere at the same time. And I say that in the nicest way possible. I'm not saying that to be mean to him. I think it's a badge that he wears with pride. To support his prawns. we live in a country that has no water, no electricity. Ah! We have no water, we have no electricity, but at least we've got jargon. So honestly, it could be worse. It could be way worse. There could be no jargon. Then what is the point?
显现，
Who am I gonna send memes to if I don't have a jargon, you know?
休养生息。
I lie, I've got other people I send memes to, but I do spam jargon the most. Poor sod. at least, well, I hope my messages don't wake him up, because I'll send him, like, in my morning, when it's his, like, ungodly hours. I'll just spam him with cats. Ah. I gotta keep tabs on all the cool kids. I just follow very few South Africans. You follow very few streamers in general. I find it difficult to keep up with a lot of people. So I follow a lot of South African streamers, but I always feel bad when I follow like other random streamers, because then all my friends disappear on my list and I have to go searching for them. So that kind of sucks. I have the uncanny ability to wake up just before you. Have I trained you to wake up at a certain time to receive the memes and then go back to sleep when I start work? The Tater Potato is the coolest SA kid around. I don't know about that, Puppety. I don't know if I agree with that assessment. There's a lot of very strong contenders. Pavlov's meme lord. Oh my god. Hi, wow too, Electric Boogaloo. I love the name. Can I show you why? I have a team called Electric Boogaloo. It's my Electro team. So that's why I love the name. It's great. This is Electric Boogaloo. We got Mixtape because they're fire, besides Diona, but she's fire herself. We got Rock Band, Ice Ice Baby. And then, yeah, some of these need names. The next one we have is Vape Nation. That's about as much of the cool names that I do have currently. Hugs and head pats, you have to run because data load. Oh my god, yes, get out of here. Don't be spending your datas. Go watch some cat videos or something. But yes, take care. Take care. Have a lovely evening. I love your lug type, crackhead friends. Fuck yeah. What, us? Crackheads? No ways. Also, thank you for the follow. Wow. Sorry, give me a second, guys. Why is breathing so difficult? Wow. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Electric Boogaloo, for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Do you play Genshin? I was gonna say you play WoW because it's in the name, but maybe that was just a different WoW. Also, hi, Shanty. Wait, Chanty is Chanty. Sorry. My brain is melting. It's hot as fuck in South Africa. It was 33 today. So I'm a little bit sweatier than yesterday, I guess. What did I miss? Why is everyone crackheads now? Don't you know this despair from Kai's community? We're all crackheads here. We got that crackhead energy despair. Even though I'm trying to stay calm and chilled, the crackhead eventually comes out. It got to 33 here last night. Jargon, ban yourself, please. We did it! Ah! Yay! Nice. Guys, I so badly want the wings. That's all I can think about. Look how cute they are. They have a little heart in the middle. Ah! I play the dumpster fire. That's It is a dumpster fire. Who are your favorite characters? It's gonna be a little cold later. Like high of 17. Oh my goodness. My jealousy is unmatched, Puggy. It's hot as hell. Oh, Jargon. Jargon, goodbye. So we don't actually time out the mods because it removes their mod status and I have to reinstate it, so it's a bit annoying. So Jargon just times himself out and just doesn't speak for 5 minutes. So yeah, there we go. Have you seen the UK is planning blackouts? Despair, please don't joke. I was gonna move there someday. Fuck y'all. I got load shedding here. I don't need it there as well. What the hell? Why are you guys getting blackouts? What the heck? Also, Puggy, I'm jealous of the 17, but also I don't like cold weather. I want my autumn weather. I want my like mid-20s. What is this? What is this lower 30s? This is too high. Quick, say something annoying. He'll want to say something. Oh, but he knows the rules. He knows that he can't. I can speak with a weird American accent and say things like banana and tomato and ketchup and caramel and what do they say? Aluminum. And he can't say shit. Hehehe. I don't have load shedding anymore. I just have missiles flying around. Oh my god, Puggy. I was so stressed out. You didn't post anything for 6 hours. And I was just like, oh my god, what happened? I went and searched like the news articles as well, just to be like, okay, did it actually hit Japan? Are people fine? Hey, Mao, you can't be writing. You can't be writing mod hate. You're a mod yourself. Also, I don't think he's allowed to use his alt account. I don't think he's tried to get around that, to be honest. Government is changing taxing to benefit the rich, which means we can't afford electricity. What? That does sound like South Africa. in the worst kind of way. I was waiting for the end to come. Fucking no! No. There's too many cute cafes and things to see in Japan. You gotta visit the whole of Japan before you're on your way out, you know? So just hang in there. Go visit all the cafes. Then you may check out of the hotel. Did I do this one? I did. Okay. Wanna trade countries? At least y'all got lions. I mean, not in my backyard. My favorite thing about foreigners is that you can fool them into thinking you have pet lions. And I don't even know why. I'm just like, I don't know. Okay, Russia excluding, because I was going to say, do people in Russia have pet bears? And I have actually seen Russians with pet bears. So maybe that's not the best example, but like, you have pet... Dan, do you have a pet polar bear? Oh my god, I love polar bears. When I was younger, they were like my favorites. I don't know why, but I had like a toy panda. Panda. Polar bear. And he was my favorite. But they're also fucking huge, imagine. Your favorites are Ito, Zhongli, Kaya, and Bennett. Okay, the Kaya one is an interesting choice. But Ito, Zhongli, and Bennett. Oh, friend, let me tell you. My Geo team. That's almost my whole Geo team. Look at these bad boys. Look at them. The only one that you got here is yeah, boy Kaya. An interesting choice. But yes, I much love. Ito is best boy. I have C4. I can't wait to C6 him when his banner comes back. But yes, Ito is best boy. You live in Norway? Everyone has one. You know, Dan, I have other friends who live in Norway. Should I ask them about their polar bears as well? Do you guys have like, you know, like normal countries that got like dog parks? You guys got polar bear parks? You have pet frogs? Despair. That's all the UK has to brag. Is pissy enough weather that you have frogs in your yard. Go ahead, they'll say the same. What about people in like Finland? I think Sweden's too far down. Would they have polar bears in Finland as well? Also, welcome back, Jargon. You may speak. You're 30. Oh my god, 300,000 sisters in Overwatch queue? So I kind of want that missile right about now. Peggy, no! Oh, man. Yeah, I feel you. I've been hearing that the queues are bad, but not that bad. My goodness. Someone quick time jog it out again. Not me being distracted anyway. Poor Jargon. Out of the countries in Europe, where would you guess I'm from? Let me go for an obscure guess and say France, because I don't know. There's a lot of countries in Europe. You could be anywhere, and also my geography is really bad. So even if you were like, oh yeah, Central Europe, I'd be like, shit. Okay, let's say Netherlands for guess number 2. I get timed out and y'all spend most of the 5 minutes talking about me anyway. What? Wait, was I right? Netherlands? No way. Ayo! Nice. Because you're important to us. Is that really the reason? Is that really the reason, Mao? France is obscure? Yes, it is kind of obscure. Despair. If you think about it, why would a Frenchie be watching an English stream? And for a person who speaks so fast, I feel like it would be terrible for them. They don't even like the English anyway, so... So I don't think any French people would want to watch my stream. I I do have some friends who speak French, but they're from Mauritius and Canada, so I don't think that counts. Jargon, what are you saying? The best I get is meme dumpster. I'm dying. Oh my god. She says with the British watching a South African stream, different languages. It's not... Listen, Despair, I have a passport that says I'm a British citizen, so... You shush. You shush, Despair. I'm British when I feel like it. And we definitely speak English here. A largely expired passport. Shush! Why are you gonna throw me under the bus, homie? Just because I called you a meme dumpster? You're only half Dutch? Okay. Half American? That's interesting. So, do you speak Dutch? You live in Netherlands? Or... Are you in America? You don't have a British passport? Oh! Despair. Lies. Get out of here. Fake Brits. Get out. No passports, no proof. Or do you have like an ID book or something? Better than the other kind of dumpster? Oh, Dan. What do you mean, Dan? I don't get the message you just sent. What do you mean? What's the other kind of dumpster? What are the kinds of dumpsters you get? Oh, you're in the Netherlands? Oh, man. That's good, though. That's good. I know a lot of people who... if they have an English-speaking parent, they only learn English. Which is terrible. Because English is an awful language. I would know. I've been speaking it my whole life. I also teach it. I get paid to teach. I get paid to make other people speak this horrible language. I feel bad. Oh, you just don't have a passport? Does that mean you've never traveled, Despair? Well, I guess, like... Maybe there's some places you could travel without one. I don't know. I think as a South African, I don't need a passport to go to... I want to say Mozambique. I think I can go to Mozambique just on the South African ID. And Namibia? Did I see your message? Oh, I might have missed it, Spec. Give me a second. My map is just zooming in. I might have missed it. Now my map is zooming out. I'm so glad. Rachel got Sino again. Oh, she won the 50-50. You need to get her to roll on your account for you. Oh my goodness. Also, Death to Fishes is here. Hi, fishies. I missed that earlier. I'd pay for an hour of you trying to differentiate e-girl and eagle. You just gotta say e-girl like you're from America and you're just like stressing the hell out of the R. Gonna have the R in e-girl is gonna have like what's that that dreaming where you like wake up but you're not really awake? Because R's exist. I mean, lots of letters exist. We ignore a lot of them, do. She got him in the first 10 pull and then did another one right now and got him. You really need to get her to do the rest of your pulls then, Spec. That's crazy. You mean pronounce the letters in the word? Like water. Tea? Tea, anybody? There's two things the Brits love. It's tea and water. It's two separate things. I don't know if you know this, but jargon. I say jargon. 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 Listen, my dad's from the UK, and instead of saying yogurt like a normal person, he's like yogurt. Is awful. Tea is vile. Get out, Despair. Get out. You're a terrible British person. What the fuck? Get out of here. Be gone. Also, Mao, you saying yogurt the second I started talking about yogurt. Very nice. Shared brain cell. Okay, guys, we need to do the event because I've once again forgotten to do it. This entire time I've been streaming for an hour and I've been like talking shit, not doing the one thing I said I needed to do today. Is it this one? Good God. You don't like hot drinks? Oh my goodness. It is an American thing. Y'all don't like hot drinks. Yogurt doesn't like hot drinks either. He refuses. He drinks like iced coffee every day. What a mad lad. Why are you saying yogurt wrong? Yeah, my dad says yogurt and I hate it. I would ignore him. Anytime he said yogurt, I would just pretend I didn't hear him. And I'd be like, oh, do you mean yogurt? And he would just like deadpan look at me. Like, bro, the fuck is yogurt? You don't like baked goods? What do you class as baked goods? Like, because technically bread is baked. Some people are baked. Cookies, bread, pastries. Ah, cookies and cake. So like sweet things? What about like pies, like savory things? Or like quiche? I love quiche. My dad's right. Despair. You're just giving me so many reasons to ban you right now. You don't like tea. You don't got a passport. You can't say yogurt. Sussy. Sussy as fuck. I don't think I need to change the team for any reason, Nad. Oh, you don't like pies? Oh man. Is there any particular reason? Just not a fan? I should probably change the language back. I think Chinese is a little bit hard for some people to follow. Also, how nice is this rain, guys? God damn. Imagine I get banned because streamer can't pronounce yogurt. I mean, you could make like one of those rage posts on Twitter that people are doing to be like, oh, I got banned because I don't know if you guys have been seeing those posts. I got banned because of XYZ. I saw one, when was it? It was sometime this week. Someone got banned for being a lurker. I was like, no ways. What the heck, man? Imagine burning. Okay, no. Banning your lurkers. Imagine banning your lurkers. Who's gonna watch your stream then? The people who harass you for saying yogurt? Oh my goodness, imagine. Despair's giving off sus vibes, right? But he likes Psyche K, so that's a that's a plus for him at least. Not a fan? I mean, fair, totally fair. You'd kill for a Cornish pasty. You gotta make your own, Puggy. You gotta find a way. It's as hard for people to follow as any of the other languages, except English. Wait, what do you mean, Dragon? Oh. Sorry, I'm like dying over here. Okay, that's what you mean. The thing is, I think people in general are just more used to hearing Japanese. So they'll hear Japanese and be like, ah, yes, words. But when they hear Chinese, they're like, what the heck's going on? Words? You don't like a lot of things? What do you like, Despair? If you had to tell us your top 3. Ah! Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chillin' with the homies. Where am I? There I am. Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Welcome, raiders. Hello, homies. Sorry, I was like in the thick of a conversation there. Thank you for the shouty outy, Yoda. What were you up to? Oh, you're playing It Takes Two. Trigger, are you enjoying it? Who are you playing with? Because that game's fucking fun. With the right people. Hi, No Nick. And of course, Trigger and Jargon. Welcome. My throat is being yucky. Toxic Bunny. Welcome, raiders. Did you have fun, Trigger? Having a heck of fun with it? Oh, fuck yeah. And thank you, Toxic Bunny, for the follow. Welcome to the posse. You like rice? You like pizza? You like alcohol? Have you ever tried putting rice on pizza? Just asking out of curiosity. Oh man, that's so much fun. I fucking loved that game, Trigger. When I played it with Lil Amazon, we had the most fun. Yeah. Jamming it with Xander Panda, one of my best friends. Ah, even better. It's a great game. You gotta raid and run. No worries, no worries. It's okay to raid and fade, guys. Don't ever worry about that. If you need to run because of load shedding, go get on with your bad self. I would say go boil the kettle, but it might be too late. But yes, thank you so much for the raid, Trigger. Burn the lurkers, Dan. Don't scare the new people. We don't burn the lurkers here. I don't know what he's talking about. Someone ban him, please. I don't know what he's on about. Ban Dan. Ban Dan. He's talking about burning the lurkers. How could you, sir? Unbelievable. You put rice on pizza and then another slice of pizza over it, so it's a rice pizza sandwich. I hate that, Despair, so much. You're not lurking, Toxic Bunny. That's good, that's good. Otherwise, Dan might burn you. I don't know what he's talking about, though. Wait, I need to go back. I missed some messages before we got hit with the raid. My favorite is when people go into someone's stream and say they were banned in the friend stream. Like, what the... I don't understand that. Clearly you did something wrong if you got banned. I don't ban people willy-nilly. You know, you need to do something really, really offensive to be banned. I think I'm a pretty tolerant person. I'll give you a chance or two. But if you purposefully push my buttons, my mods will know. We have like a code word for like, this person's being weird. Ban them. And they just know, they just ban. We're gonna need a large fire for the lurkers. Oh no. Apologies to any lurkers who are listening when I accidentally made a oopsie saying we burn lurkers here, because we don't. We don't actually burn lurkers. We appreciate the lurkers. Oh, the stress, the sweat. Oh my god. I guess I can't lurk now. I mean, do you want to burn? You can lurk or you can... no, wait. You can lurk and you can burn. That's the only options, apparently. Never mind. You hate greatness. I don't make the rules here. What? No ways. A pizza sandwich is... It does sound like a bit of an insult to nature. A pizza sandwich. Do I get banned if I put pineapple on pizza? No! You have whatever you want on your pizza. King K, in South Africa, we eat bacon and banana pizzas. So honestly, there we go. Look at that. That's beautiful. There's a little witch hat as well. It's a spoopy pineapple pizza. Thank you, Joggin. I love it. Anyway. We eat bacon and banana pizzas in South Africa, okay? We are actually not allowed to judge anyone's pizza tastes, so this is fine. I push everyone's buttons? Oh, it's fine, Despair. We'll tolerate you for now. For now. We also ban if we feel like it. That is also true. Code word burn them. Oh god, no. It's actually a very silly one. Should I teach you guys the code word? Is that a good idea? My mods know it, but I don't know if I should teach you guys the code word as well. I could be banned if I say the wrong thing. It depends on what you say. It depends. Mao says no. It's 32 in your room. You're close to burning anyways. Yoda, it was like 33 today. It's hot as fuck. It's super fucking hot. Okay, Dan says no to pineapple on pizza. What the heck? Puggy welcomes the burn. Puggy's just waiting for everything, for the world to end because she's sitting in a 100,000 queue of people to play Overwatch. So yeah. Did you know that Jean has a pizza passive? Yes, she does. She has a pizza passive. Bad idea. Tolerate it for now. Let's go. Oh yeah, actually, I wonder if Yoda knows it. I wonder if Yoda knows the secret code. I think I've maybe posted it in the mod chat once, but it's something silly that I came up with because of jargon, because he's American. So it's a nonsense word that doesn't really make sense. But yeah. Oh no, jargon! What have you done? Uh-oh. Wait, I'm curious about that now. I want to see what it is. Flabbergasted? What? Flabbergasted is an actual word. Where does this open? An error occurred? Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, it opened twice. What the heck? My OBS is a little bit messy at the moment, so like trying to find things. Sorry. Ah, I'm dying. Not really though. You guys don't get peace yet. But yes, thank you so much for the raid trigger. Burn the lurk. Hey! It like cuts off. Raid trigger. Burn the lurk. It's not the whole one. You gotta go do it again, Jargon. You gotta go do it again. If you want to, of course. You don't have to. Don't inform the people that I burn the lurkers. You'll have to do it off the VOD. Ah, no worries, no worries. But yes, burn the lurkers, apparently. That's what you do. Oh, hi, Odites! You didn't hear anything. I'm doing good, how are you? You heard nothing, sir. You heard nothing. Nothing at all. Catherine has stopped working. Oh no, I think Catherine's okay. I think she's doing the thing. I used to play on PS4, but now migrating stuff to PC. Ah, smart. I read that Wombat? Wait, who's the Wombat? Oh, Productive Clean Wombats. PJ Salt. I love the links for Twitch clips. They're so silly. Burn the lurkers. Who would lurk? Now everyone's too afraid to lurk. They're like, shit, I gotta say something. You feel crispy. Did you spend some time in the sun, alright? I got sunburnt. I don't remember where I posted it. I might have posted it on Twitter. I cosplayed as Aqua from Kingdom Hearts. Sorry. Ray was just offering me some snacks. I was doing Aqua from Kingdom Hearts 3. And I spent a very short amount of time in the sun and I got a big X burnt into my back. It was actually very funny. It was a little bit painful, but yeah. Definitely made me crispy. Why are you crispy, Odites? Y'all go outside? Okay, listen, Odites, in all fairness, I went outside because it was a cosplay convention. It was a Comic-Con. That's the only reason I left the house. I don't normally... The only time I leave the house is to buy fabric and to go to conventions. Otherwise, the rest of the time is spent at home. Suffering. Yay! Everybody say something before you get burned. What have I done? You want to burn Despair? Oh my goodness. Apparently Yoda does as well, because Yoda's lurking. Appreciate you, friend. Lulu! Hello, hello. I'm doing good. How are you? Girl, it's hot as fuck in South Africa at the moment. It was 33 today. I'm sweating my butt cheeks off over here. It's so hot. And like, just the air is very warm all the time. Warm air, it's disgusting. It's gonna give it to ya. Yeah, it was actually pretty funny. It's mostly faded though, which is sad. I'm going back to transparent. Suffering is your favorite hobby, yeah? But I need to know why you're crispy. Why are you crispy? I'm dying to know. You want to burn too? Okay, we all want to burn. Well, just live in South Africa, I guess. You'll burn eventually. Jelly Bane! Hello, friend! I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Long time no see. I ain't been outside in years. Every time I have gone out, my skin bubbled. Oh my god. Oh, did you have an actual sun allergy, Lulu? I have a friend who has that as well. They have to be very careful about going out. Can everyone who wants to burn please form an orderly line? Yeah, you guys gonna sit in a queue? You know the funny part about this is that Brits love queues. The fact that Despair is trying to form an orderly line is just the cherry on top. You miss winter, Yoda. Yoda, I'm mad that I didn't get spring or autumn really this year. Also, Electric Boogaloo, I think you said that you got COVID. Do you really? I hope you feel better soon. I don't have COVID, but I have a bit of a cough left over from my previous sickness. The lurkers got burned. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, Odite. You got caught in the crossfire. Get it? Fire. You playing Dead by Daylight, Puppety? Oh no. I would never play that game. That's so scary. I could never. We won't burn in South Africa. The burners need electricity, and all the coal is wet as well, so nothing's burning here. Even though we haven't had rain, the coal is wet. That's the excuse they used last year, right? No electricity. Oh my goodness. All good this side, just busy with work. Oh man, sorry to hear that, but I hope it gets better soon. Usually busy at work is a good thing. It means that business is going well. But yeah. I'm memed as being a vampire, allergic to both the sun and garlic. Oh no, it tastes like copper. Blech. I love garlic though. Oh my god, it's amazing. But we don't eat a lot of it because Ray's not a big fan. We don't love queues, we hate queues. We just always have queues. Yeah, but you guys are so like organized about it. You had like a 10-kilometer long line or like 8 kilometers or something ridiculous for the Queen's passing. And I was just like, damn, son. That's insane shit. Everyone can come visit me and wait for the Valkyria missile to eventually not miss. Oh my goodness. Last one to mutate is a rotten egg. Oh my goodness. Oh no. What if you mutate into a rotten egg? You have pointy canines and you're pale as shit? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Luckily, I'm not memed on as being a vampire, but I'm tiny as fuck, so that's what I get memed on for. Being teeny tiny. What? Oh, I thought it was someone eavesdropping on our conversation. I was like, imagine. The audacity. That's nothing. You should have seen the queue for Macca's when it reopened after lockdown. Wait, really? No ways! Oh my god. Yeah, I can believe that actually, Lucy, because we had similar issues in South Africa when they closed fast food places. And for alcohol as well, people lost their collective minds because we had a tobacco and alcohol ban during COVID. So yeah, people were angry and hungry and sober and they hated it. Popping in to say hi and drop a lurk. No worries, Smurf. Yeah, go have dinner. Go get yourself something tasty. And hydrate. For all my South African peepos, you better be hydrating. Well, at least the ones currently in South Africa. If you live in another country in the Northern Hemisphere, you're exempt from hydrating. Also, Mao, you're like the same height as me. You can't call me teeny tiny. Sir, I'll fight you. If I get enough tattoos, then sooner or later no one will be able to tell I'm see-through. It depends on what kind of tattoos you get. Because, they'd need to be, like, colored in, yeah? It's so hot here. It is very hot. Dudes were paying thousands for half-empty bottles of rum. Yeah, right. Exactly. It was insane. But Smurf, get out of here. Go get your food. Hello? I'm gonna fight you. Actually gonna fight you. The tobacco one I can understand, but alcohol during a time when you're locked in your fucking house with nothing to do. So they had really stupid justifications for that, Lulu. Basically, well, at least this is what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but so we have like, oh man, this country's got lots of problems. We have unemployment problems. We have domestic violence problems. I want to say, what, like top 3 or something, or top 10 for rape in the world. And it was really dangerous for people to be drinking a lot at home during COVID because no one was working, and no one was going to school, which meant wives and husbands and kids. And if people were going to be excessively drinking, I heard, at least, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that they were concerned about the violence, the domestic violence rates, and they also just didn't want people to party. When people drink, they've got lowered inhibitions, yeah, so they would just leave their house and just not pay attention to the lockdown. So yes, there was a lot of concerns around that. And the tobacco thing is also, it's like a social thing, you know, people share smokes all the time. I don't think vapes were outlawed. I don't actually know, to be honest. I wasn't affected by either of those bans. But, yeah. Yeah, no tobacco, no booze. And there was a lot of illegal trade in pineapple beer. I know I'm a short man, don't rub it in. But we love a short king, Mau. Don't worry. Do we not need water? I mean, you can have water in other countries, but we're currently sweating our butt cheeks off here, Puggy, so you have water if you want to. You're playing Elden Ring, Smurf? You better not be here still, otherwise I'm gonna fight you, Smurf. I just saw the look message now. Get out of here, Smurf. Be gone. Go get your foodies. One arm is black tattoos and the other is color. Ah, okay. Now you just need face tattoos, Despair. People weren't staying in their houses, that as well. You need a bounce, Lulu? No worries. Sorry, I keep coughing like crazy. During COVID, me and like 15 people went to the beach with crates of beer and got hammered. If anyone complained, we just separated into groups of 4. Damn. They got drunk and bored. Yeah. We've been listed as the #1 most dangerous country for women. It's true though, Mao. Like, I know Vitato's currently got a big smile on her face. I'm not smiling. This country's dangerous as fuck. It's so bad. It is, Odite. It's terrible here. I mean, it's a beautiful country, and the people can be really nice, but like, the people can also be really horrible and hella sexist. So like, yeah, it kind of sucks big time. It's hot and dangerous outside. That it is. There's not much better inside though for some families. Ah! Mao was a short king? Yes. Y'all don't love y'all people? Sadness. Oh, tall people? I was like, no, I love my people. What are you talking about? I love my people. Elden Ring's a banger? I feel like every time Smurf types lurk, it's just a lie. You gotta do groceries before the shops close. No worries, Odites. Go get your foodies. Go get all the things. Get yourself something tasty. And for the kiddies. For the mochis and the noris. Smurf wants to burn. Oh man, I don't think I could ever play a game like Elden Ring. That shit looks fucking hard. I'll watch other people play it happily, but yeah. Not myself. My mom bought tons of illegal cigs and attempted... Oh yeah, she did! Yeah, the illegal cigs thing was quite funny, the way that people advertised it. So they would... they would have a picture of, like, their hands with, like, nails on. And they would have, like, different prices for, like, different kinds of nails. But in the background of the nails, there was just, like, piles and piles of cigarette boxes. And there was actually a price list for the cigarettes in the background. And that's how they sold illegal cigarettes during lockdown. So that was pretty funny. I think most people survived, but the casuals failed. You're also tall? How tall is everybody? I'm teeny tiny. I'm 5'1" or 157, whichever system you want to use. Kaya got no ass. He's got a long back. Guys, this is what we call a long back. You can't tell the difference between his back and his thigh. It just goes all the way up. Yeah? He's got a long back. 6 feet! That's a lot of feet, man. Tall versus short chat battle. Short! You know what? It's not an insult for me to be short. I'm cute as fuck. And I can get away with lots of things because I'm teeny tiny. Because all I do is give people the puppy eyes. They cannot resist. No one can resist the puppy eyes. You know? Because I'm so small, I can do the puppy eye. Tall people can't do puppy eyes. Because who are you gonna look up to? There's nobody. You have to do things yourself? Disgusting. Imagine. Imagine having to do things yourself. No, thank you. I'll just make puppy eyes at someone and get them to do it. Can't get away with reaching the top shelf. Listen! I can get someone else to reach the top shelf for me. That's what the puppy eyes are for. Puggy's taller than me. God damn it. Puggy's my kohai. Why is she taller? What the fuck? They'd resist the puppy eyes if they knew the evil inside. But you see, the benefit of puppy eyes is that you can't see the evil. There's just big eyes. Big sad looking eyes. Like, oh, I can't reach. Woe is me. And then some tall person comes across and they're like, oh, let me help you. Grabs the thing you need. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being tall. I'm preserving my energy for evil. That's why I'm short. You people wasted your energy growing when you were younger. Meanwhile, I was just plotting the downfall of humanity. That's why I'm short. That's the real reason. Now you guys know. The secret's out. You can know the evil. Ah! But you know, it takes a while for you to know the evil. Meanwhile, there's other tall people that I can make puppy eyes at, you know? Just a few privileged people get to see the evil. The ones who stick around for too long. I'll have you know I wasted my energy on plenty other things. I mean, you definitely wasted it on growing, Despair. You are way too tall. You are way too tall. You said you're 6'4"? Get out of here. What a waste of resources. Imagine being so frivolous with your resources. You chose to be long when you could have been evil. What a waste. All that wasted potential gone. Just because you wanted to reach the top shelf. Let me just shrink. No, it's too late for you. The energy is expended. You're fucked. There's no evil for you. You're gonna have to witness the rage of the tiny people. I'm on all kinds of crack tonight. Sorry, guys. It was my first day back at work this week, so... The crazy got to me.
秦团长还老说他是骑士团的当代传奇，真吊胃口。
85% back on my bullshit. Yep. Maybe it's a little bit higher. Wow. I'm cosplaying as a seal today, in case you guys didn't know. I think I've got the voice lines down. Are you wholeheartedly saying that I have no evil in me? I mean... maybe I need to get to know you a little bit better. But as it stands, the only evil you have in you is the audacity to think that yogurt is the correct pronunciation of yogurt. That's the only evil in you, I think. But I don't know what you do in your spare time to spare, so... there could be other things.
代理团长的评价还真是客气。那位老兄在他成为传奇的路上啊，也是给身边不少人添了麻烦。这些等之后有时间再跟你们慢慢说。看你们这么有兴趣，要不要跟我一起回骑士团听听？荣誉骑士也有段时间没露面了，大家都很想你。
Oh, that's so cute.
好吧，那我们就过去看看吧。凯瑟琳，我们先走一步啦。
Kassadin. Man, I love Chinese Paimon. She's fucking adorable. I don't need to understand what they're saying to think it's adorable. She just sounds hella cute, man. That's the only part of me that isn't evil. The correct pronunciation of things. See, just by saying that, you just are proving the evilness. Lies. Filthy lies. False? Wait, what's false? Your mama. Probably. Your mama pronounced all the shit wrong. You, what? How? Excuse me? Don't you start as well? Actually, oh fuck. I was gonna check something, but never mind. This is okay. You just say yogurt, right, though? Fuck yeah. 1 point potato.
嗨，小可爱，小派萌。没想到你们也来了，是听说了信的事情吗？
Mama Lisa? Would you spell it wrong? Do I? Have we ever spoken about yogurt, Dragon?
对，刚刚我们在冒险家协会附近碰到了凯亚。
Kaya.
哇，说起来，我之前还从没在大厅里见到这么多人呢，感觉自己也跟着紧张了起来。
你也太投入了吧！就凭我
I
对
hope
大
not.
团长的了解，他既然还有
I can't think of a single situation where we ever would have spoken about yogurts, because I don't really eat yogurt. I've probably eaten yogurt once this year.
凯亚说的夸张了些，不过我也认同这个结论啊。毕竟，米卡不是那种脸上藏得住事的孩子呢。你看，就是楼梯前面站在琴旁边的那个孩
Who
子。
is this kid?
他之前是优拉队里的测绘员，在勘测方面很有天赋，性格也踏实。远征队出发的时候，他还被大团长任命为队里的前针骨干。这次的信就是他带回来的。
He's the new kid on the block.
各位，请安静一下。
He's adorable. Look at his hair. Oh my god, he's like a little
现在开始
chicken.
宣读大团长的来信。
It's Benny, but chicken edition. Oh, he's got a little ponytail. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
是，秦团长。
He's a little chicken.
大家好，我是游击小队的测绘员米卡。
I gotta let the phone ring instead of answering it because I don't recognize the number. That's a mood. That's a mood,
法
despair.
尔加大团长的来信。西风骑士团收。
Oh my
大
god.
家好，我是法尔加。
I want him to be besties with Bennett. How cute is he? Looks like Len from Vocaloid. He does,
首
because
先
he
要
got the
告
little
诉大
chicken
家的
do.
是，请你们放心，远征队所有成员目前都平安无事。
Why haven't I seen this boy anywhere? He's so
太
cute.
好了，
I haven't had this spoiled for me at all somehow.
我手心都出汗了。那个，大家，我可以继续了吗？
继续吧，你看。
Oh my god, it's adorable.
好了，我猜现在你们可以放松心情，听下面的内容了。在炉火边写这封信时，我和远征队正在提瓦特的北境驻扎。
He reads so goddamn slow in English.
我曾告诉过你们，远
That's
征
what
队
you get
此行的目
for
的
playing in
是
English,
某个
Yoda.
往西遗留的危险秘密。我目前依旧只能言尽于此，但你们不用担心任务的进展。这2个月，我们遇到了一个意想不到的人——愚人众的执行官，队长。
El Capitano. Hello?
什么？队长？
Boy!
我知道愚人众此前在蒙德的嚣张举动，但从结果上来说，队长这次并没有和我们作对。
What? Sounds so much better. It's because it's in Chinese, Yoda. The Chinese voice actors are
我猜是
amazing.
因为这次至东国和我们是一条绳上的蚂蚱。（括号
Oh? What's going on here? His name is Mika. He is literally a copy of Mika from Owari no Seraph. Actually, that's a good point, Puggy.
那家伙用面具掩盖住了一切。
I started that show and never finished
他的
it.
经历和出身，但他确实是个钢铁
I
般
just
的
couldn't
人
follow the story. I was like, what the
作为
fuck's
凡
going
人
on?
甚
It
至
was
有
very
挑战神
confusing.
的无畏。我怀疑他拿着可莉的蜡笔，都能捅爆一记手
Is
背
it
身上
cool?
那个眼睛一样的核心。
Maybe I should give it another try.
括号，你们就别试了。
Shinoa. The manga is good. The anime has the gay. Does it have the gay? Wait, what was this? One of Clee's crayons. Don't get any ideas.
侦察兵发现3天前，队长已经
Shinoa
前往了
salad.
纳塔
Wait, what are you talking about?
今后不用分出精力提防他，我们也能睡个好觉了。
Natlan. Oh my goodness.
我承认，他的某些行动帮上了
That's
点
where
忙
I'm from.
但从这个角度看，还是算他欠我们的吧。现在的蒙德应该已经
Oh my
快
god,
要
does he
迎
have
来
a
冰
wing?
封佳酿节
Is he
了
actually a chicken?
很遗憾，今年还不能和你们
He's
一起
got a
共
wing?
度佳节。
He got a chicken wing? He is a little chicken.
大家
Mika
无
the
时无
chicken?
刻不在怀念蒙德的美景，
Look!
还有那些与你们一同
That's
度过的日子。
adorable. I read it like quinoa, and I'll be laughing. Shinwa? Shinwa salad? Nice.
和蒙德人民一起好好庆祝节日，
Wow.
顺便替我们多喝几杯。晨曦酒庄每年佳酿节献贡的葡萄酒就好。愿巴巴托斯大人保佑蒙德，愿我们的思念能够
Barbados.
跟随归风回到你们身边。法尔加。
Okay, he's definitely a little chicken because the wind carried the sentence back.
如
Oh
果你们
yeah.
要问队长和我谁更厉害，我可是大团长。队长，咱们骑士团有10个呢。啊哈哈哈！
I love when people read laughing, like when I'm teaching and they have to read a dialogue and someone laughs or they go or huh, and the students are like huh, or when they read the laugh they're like ha ha ha. It's not even like a fake laugh. They just like they read it word for word ha ha ha. His laugh, not mine.
信到这里就结束了，我念完了，谢谢大家。
Bless this little chicken boy. He's so sweet. Your humor's done for. There's no reviving it. That's
辛苦
fine.
了，你看，
It doesn't need to be revived.
新团长，那个
Oh?
佑佑
PPS.
不够用就写在这里了。丽莎，下面是给你的留言。
给我的。既
Ooh.
然是特别的留言，丽莎，我们私下再聊吧。各位，正如大团长所说，再过几天就是佳酿节了。我们很幸运能在这时收到远征队一切平安的消息。
Oh my goodness. Wow, breathing sucks, man. I had one that had phew. My students thought it was a name. Oh man, explaining that shit is the weirdest thing to them. But if you know of like examples in their language, you can kind of explain it that way.
为了在外努力的远征队，也为了辛勤的蒙德人民，希望大家能够坚守岗位，恪尽职责。当然，休息期间也请适度放松。
Oh yeah, actually, Puggy, how's your studies going? I need to get back on that shit. I've started waking up earlier now because I start work a little bit later. So I get up earlier, so I have some time in the morning and I should start studying again. Wow. So yeah, I might pick that up again. It's been literally months. Oh my goodness. I'm lucky with teaching face-to-face because I just use gestures. Ah, okay, I mean that's fair. I wish I didn't have to teach with a camera on, but unfortunately I do. I'm lazy as fuck. Oh man, yeah, I feel that.
我没听错吧？居然还提到了愚人中的队长，感觉是很重要的事。但先别管什么愚人中了。
Fatui schmatui.
听起来是可以免费吃喝的节日，真的吗？还有更多消息吗？
Vintage Paimon.
小可爱们，要不要一起去找秦聊聊？
Doesn't anyone want to be called Cutie by Lisa?
打招呼的机会都没有了。
Can't imagine anyone who wouldn't want to be called Cutie by her.
好呀好呀，我们赶快过去吧。
I don't even know what this event's about, to be honest. Look at him! It's the little chicken boy. He got fucking massive boots. The goddamn boy. He's literally... Is he not a young boy? He's the same... Is he taller? Is he taller than Tainari? But he's like a little boy. What the hell? He's so cute, though. Does he have a vision? Oh, he does! Is that... Guys. Playable character win. Playable character win. The little frozen chicken. He's adorable. I want him. Little cryo chicken. Even brother in the game is taller than you. Ah, how dare you? Everyone's taller than me. Hi, Yaku. I wonder if he's gonna be like a cryo Bennett. Oh my god, imagine. Oh my goodness. Okay. Can I talk to him again? You're fancy now, Yaku.
你是要找凯亚队长吧？请不用在意我。啊，不是吧？
Oh. He's so wholesome.
凯亚队长，我该说点什么？
米卡，你在远征队待了那么长时间，怎么还是老样子？你不是刚刚还问我龙灾的事吗？现在站在你面前的，就是传说中的
The legendary honorary knight. That's me.
哼哼，没错，还有传说中的派盲。
Oh, Logitech headset and keyboard. Hell yeah. I actually did see that on Twitter. Very nice, Yaku. I love Logitech.
你们好，你们好强，我很佩服。
Oh my god, he's adorable.
我还要去找妖拉队长报道，不好意思，先失陪了。
Oh no, he got shy.
走掉了，真可惜。我还想多问问他远征队的事呢。
可惜啊，可惜。不过别在意，在他眼中，你们可是全城瞩目的焦点。 时间能解决这些问题的。等下次见面，说不定就能自然的相处了。分享个秘诀给你们，可以试着和他聊聊野外探索话题，很容易获取他的信任哦。
Very interesting. What? I always forget that door opens normally.
你来了，大团长的信就在桌上。旅行者，派蒙，好久不见。刚才事务有些忙，没能跟你们多说几句，抱歉。如果最近有空的话，在蒙德多待一段时间怎么样？我们很快就要庆祝佳酿节了。别看秦这样，他从前些日子起就在念叨你们了。
Aww.
丽莎，
She's like, bitch, you just threw me under the bus.
我去看看信。
是啊，蒙德也算是我们旅行的起点，有很多珍贵的回忆呢。对了，秦团长，关于佳酿节，我和他都不太熟悉，你能和我们讲讲吗？
当然，佳酿节和羽球节、风花节一样，是十分古老的蒙德节日，同时也是秋季最重要的节日。蒙德每年秋天都刮西风，传说这是因为丰收时节酿酒的香气太过诱人，引来了酷爱饮酒的风神。
The Wiener
无论身
Fest.
处何方，他都会化作清风回归故
Yeah, I'm not
乡
gonna lie, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly myself.
是很像风神给人的印象呢。
因此，蒙德人也把西风称为归风。佳酿节最早就是为了迎接
The Wienerless
大地
Fest.
而设立的节日。过去每到这个时候，家家户户都要酿制新酒，这些酒会被封
Your
存
wind
起来，
coming.
至少要留到第2年佳酿节的归风日再启封。
Interesting name.
人们打开陈酿，便意味着邀请风神共饮。传说，如果风神对酒的味道感到满意，就会欣然换来微风。
Even better.
按照他的性格，难道
Oh, no.
是祝福大家来年也能喝到好酒？
祝福的具体内容，我确实不清楚。
Wind coming at Wiener Fest.
这些故事年代久远，详细的内容
Oh,
已经失传
no.
了。
有些故事流传久了，完全会变成别的样子呢。比如现在的蒙德人会为风之花是什么花产生争执。
这就是所谓人文传承的一环了。说回现在，归风日敬献风神的传统仍然保留着，佳酿节也一直是蒙德人分享丰收喜悦、品尝美酒的节日。每年这个时候，都有很多漂泊在外的蒙德人回到故乡。对于无法回乡的游子来说，佳酿节也是他们最想念家乡和亲人的时候。
哦，难怪大团长会在信里说，希望我们的思念能够跟随归风回到你们身边。
至于今年的活动，我们联合了西风教会和冒险家协会，准备在清泉镇外的国酒湖畔共同庆祝。节庆期间，还会开设传统的美酒集市。
美酒集市，
最早是酒商和农户们交易酿酒原料的市场。如今的话，不仅会有成品的美酒佳酿，还有很多这个季节才有的果饮和小吃。民众们也可以在集市上出售二手物品或手工制品。骑士团准备趁这个机会进行义卖活动。
It's basically bedtime. You old man, despair.
筹集一些资金。
Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for chilling with us, like despair. Take care. Make sure you hydrate before you sleepies.
哇，听起来还挺有意思的。
有空时就去逛逛吧，希望你们能有所收获。对了，丽莎， 大团长给你的留言说了什么事吗？我正想和你们商量呢。大团长说，
哦，
有一件和雷泽身世有关的事要交给我处理。
雷泽之前告诉过我们，是奔狼里的狼群把他养大的。他不知道自己的父母是谁，用他的话说，狼群是卢皮卡，也就是他的家人。
我了解的情况也差不多。但大团长信上说，座中右侧书架第3列最上面的柜子里，放着一个木盒，里面装着雷泽父母留给他的东西，是时候该给他了。
这么说来，大团长其实认识雷泽的父母。
看来是这样。大团长与雷泽的渊源，不仅仅是在奔狼岭遇到了他，并教他剑术这么简单。
哇，那我们赶快去找雷泽吧。亲生父母的消息对他来说一定
Oh
很重要。
shit!
真是瞒不过你的眼睛，小可爱。从未联系过的亲生父母，这话题对于普通孩子来说也不太轻松。更何况雷泽一直生活在奔狼里，
Wow,
对人
can
类
I
社
stop
会
coughing,
接触
man?
不深。我不确定他是否做好了准备。但大团长应该是有分寸的，或许他正是考虑到雷泽的情况。
Can you stop coughing, man? I wish I could. I can mute when I cough. Sorry, I'll do that in
神的说
future.
法也有道理。
Sorry.
小可爱们，能拜托你们去找雷泽
Oh,
谈谈吗？
coughing man. Coughing man's very powerful.
雷泽一直把我当作师傅，即使心里不愉快，也会有所保留。你们是雷泽信任的朋友，大概比我更适
I
合。
think he's actually he's a smoker. That sounds about right.
那就拜托你们了。可以的话，记得多给他一些鼓励。这个年纪的孩子，最需要关怀和支持。
Where's that letter? I want to read her letter. Because I'm a nosy piece of shit. Where your letter at, girly? Oh my god. Doesn't he fit perfectly in this table? Perfect fit. I love it. And his little tail when he sits on the chair! Ah! Do all the characters with tails do that? Do they curl their tail around? Because I fucking love that. Holy shit. I need to go sit on all the chairs. Tucking his tail to the side. How cute! Ah! Just squeeze him into a teeny tiny little ball and crush him. Because he's so fucking cute. Ah! Oh no, the worst place to go. Oh, it's right next to the waypoint? Never mind. I thought they were gonna make me run to the big wolf. Wow. What? There's a trap there. That's weird. Oh, right. It's part of the story. Never mind. Oh?
道是雷泽吗？奇怪，我记得他之前都会避开猎人们活动的。总之，我们先顺着痕迹找找看吧。快看，前面还有一个陷阱，你也能感受到雷元素吗？
哦。
雷元素的痕迹向奔狼岭深处延伸了，我们继续向里面走吧。
They're really gonna make me run all the way up here. Why are we dancing?
雷泽，你在吗？
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas! You're a bit early, Llama. How are you doing, Llama Llama? Thank you. 12 months of being a pass. A very important pass. Thank you. Oh, for the 1,000... We hit that a little while ago, Jargon. But thank you. Happy Christmas! Happy Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Happy birthday.
我擅长。
Merry Chrysler. I'm doing okay, Llama. We're almost back to full crackheadness, to be honest. I'm just... It was a joke because it was supposed to be 1,000. No, I still need to do that celebration, Jargon. I still need to do that celebration. Oh, this is Diona's dad, for those of you that don't know. He looks like a normal human with cat ears pasted on top of his head. They look very out of place. I'm doing okay though, Llama. Like, I'm very short of breath at the moment. Why does Razor look so tired? The fuck?
雷泽，
Razor!
原来杜拉夫先生也在，你们是在一起
Dulaf
打猎吗？
You're just dying. Oh wait, me? Am I dying? I'm dying off camera. It's better that way, you know. Because he's been working like a dog. Oh no, Jargon. Ban yourself, please. I should make a key on my stream deck. In fact, I should make a whole page of things for Jargon. Just ban him, time him out. Wait, why are you banning me, sir? What the fuck? I can't believe you've done this. I've been banned in my own stream 8 times, imagine. The audacity. It's this dry air, we need rain. Llama, we need rain so badly. Imagine! There's a bug in my room! Okay, I'm not dead yet. It's okay. Yeah, we definitely need rain. It's very fucking... It's very fucking hot here. Not a Merry Christmas beetle. It was actually a teeny tiny moth. I just whacked him. I feel bad now. I panicked because I thought it was a mosquito.
哇，雷泽进步很大嘛！我记得你之前还经常躲着猎人们呢。
你别说，这次还多亏了雷泽，有他帮忙跟狼群沟通，我们在附近活动时就不用担心彼此误伤了。
能帮大家和卢皮卡开心，但要说很多话，累。
不过我们这次过来是有重要的事要告诉你。
我不知道。
雷泽，你是不想知道亲生父母的事吗？
想知道，但不想知道。
又想知道又不想知道的意思吗？好复杂呢。
旅行者，你来帮我看看刚才布置的陷阱，我们给雷泽留点空间，让他消化消化。
Did Drac have human ears?
听雷泽那么说，我
He looks like he does actually have human ears. Under that hair, there's like a little bit here that looks like a human ear.
最近我们总是一起打猎，这孩子话很少。
I wonder if Diona doesn't have human ears, surely.
我觉得他是想接近自己亲生父母的，只不过对未知事
I
物
wonder
的
if it's just a meme.
大过了其他东西。
Wow! My heart! Oh my god! Muffin! Oh.
Natado trito natado trito natado
Oh, no.
trito natado trito natado trito natado trito.
Trito's for the boy! Thank you so much for the subby, Muffin! Thank you, thank you. Just making an entrance, just giving me a heart attack. The spoopin' the spoopy girl. Thank you for the shouty outy. If you guys don't already follow Sadistic Muffin, what are you doing? But also, she's a very chilled vibe streamer. I just pop her streams on. Unfortunately, she streams while I'm working most of the time, so I pop her streams on in the morning. She plays spoopy games, you know, the genre that I refuse to play. So if that's the kind of gameplay you want to see, definitely check out. But her vibes are also very good. Wow. Tell me you're taking some time off. So I actually I had Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off because I had time off work. But yeah, because I'm a freelancer, it's really hard to take time off. So yeah, can't really take time off, unfortunately. Besides the time I already had off this week, that was not by choice, to be honest. But it did mean that I could go to the vet with Sky, so yeah, it's not too bad. But yeah, I'm doing okay. Gonna unfollow her and follow her again so I can get the notification. Will you get the notification though, Llama? I feel like you wouldn't. I could be crazy though. For science, you gonna try anyway? All right.
我也是当爸爸的人了。
let me know, because I've wanted to do that to some people as well. Just give them a fright and be like, wait, I thought you were already following me. Just someone I've been following for years. Just unfollow them and follow them back. All the boops for the boy. He's been getting all the treatos. But he's also been hiding from the heat. He'll come lay in the bedroom with me because it's a little bit cooler there. And he'll come stand next to the bed. So just like in the GIF there, he'll like put his snoot on the bed to be like, hey, give me attention. It's very, very sweet. But he's not like a very, he's not a very affectionate dog. And he's like, he doesn't like being in people's space, but equally doesn't like people being in his space. So like, if I sit next to him on his bed, he'll like get up and walk away. So like, I have to treasure those moments. When he comes to me and he's like, okay, I want attention now. Yeah, that I have to treasure those moments. Does he like ice blocks? Yeah. I like to give him like frozen bananas because then he'll like actually eat it. With the ice blocks, he gets bored with it at some point and just leaves it on the floor. Which then, because of the heat, turns into a giant puddle, and we have tiled floors, so we just have puddles of water all over the house. So yeah, I like giving him like frozen fruits. Alternatively, he had a phase where he loved carrots, so I'd give him carrots to munch on. And then at some point he got sick of carrots. He's like, fuck this shit, Mom, I don't want no more carrots. Now he just spits them out. So now I have to pick up bits of carrot off the floor if I give him a carrot. If I dare give him carrots, he's like, woman, what the fuck? So yeah, his current thing is snap peas and cucumber. He loves those. He'll come stand. Actually, I need to... Let me send you a picture. I'll send it on the Discord as well, but I'll send it on Twitter to Muffin. He stands next to me in the kitchen while I'm preparing dinner. And he just stares at me until I give him things. But yeah, I'll give him like certain veggies. Let's see. Oh my goodness, Jargon got a shiny Lunala. What the fuck, bro? I didn't even see that. I need to open that chat every now and then. But yeah, in the IRL pics, I've posted a picture there of Sky. But yes, like you said, like a cat, you know, they know very much when they're done with you. They're very independent dogs. I couldn't believe it. I grew up with very affectionate dogs. They would jump on you. They would be in your space. Sky's like, no, I'll come to you when I want attention. Thank you very much. All you could see was her snoot. It is very cute. I know as soon as and he knows as well, as soon as he hears the chopping board and he'll hear like packets coming out of the fridge, he's like, oh shit, it's veggie time. And he'll come wandering across the room and just stand in front of me and stare at me. For the love of Llama, drink some water. Listen, I've been drinking. Llama. The problem is, I'm still a little bit sick. That's why my throat's a little bit crunchy. You drink some, exactly. All of you go drink some water. As hard as balls here. God damn. It's awful. Sky hasn't seemed too bothered by the weather, at least. He lays on the tiles anyway. So that's his chill spot. He'll just lay on the tiles. The doors will be open. There's a nice breeze that goes through the house. He gets regular ice cubes in his water bowl as well to help cool it down. Because even several times today, I opened the cold tap and the water that came out was scalding. The other day I filled his water bowl from the hose in the garden and the water that came out of there was hot. Like, as if it was in a shower hot. It was disgusting. I was like, ugh. Imagine drinking such hot water when the weather's already so hot. I've heard that it helps, but at the same time, I don't like the mouthfeel of very hot water. Unless it has a flavor, in which case it's okay. It's better that the water is lukewarm to warm. It gets absorbed better. I guess, but it's also refreshing to have cold water when it's so hot. Not that Sky spends any time outside. He avoids the sun like the plague. But every now and then I'll go stand in the doorway and be like, "Whoo, it's hot," and then go back inside. Since I went to Comic-Con, you want sparkly water? Sparkling water? Like TV static? You want to drink TV static, Llama? What the heck, man? Aww. Why does he look so tired? Aww. You love flavored TV static? Oh my goodness. Since that day, that's so strange. Joggin, you like sparkling water? Oh, poor baby.
雷泽，你知道吗？他信纸都写完了，却还想起来要把那些字挤在背面，特地麻烦丽莎把你父母的东西交给你。
Oh? You have a drinking problem? You keep spilling water on yourself? Stop drinking water then, you dummy!
这就说明他认为那些东西对你有特殊的意义哦。更重要的是，无论你遇到什么事，旅行者和我，还有丽莎，还有所有的你认识的朋友，都会陪在你身边的。
说的没错，棕色猫叔叔也支持你。
Uncle Brown Cat. I can't take this guy seriously. If it doesn't sparkle, it doesn't count as water? Really? Hi, Hero! Long time no see. How are you doing?
谢谢。想好了，我要 和你们去找师傅。
真是个不错的小伙子。
Doing well. Oh man, that's good to hear. I'm a bit sick after 2 weeks of con crunch, and then spending a week recovering from Comic Con, and then spending the week after that recovering from the sinus infection that I got. It has been a long time, hero. I've just been out of commission for quite a while, actually. But, yeah. I'm doing better now. I'm doing better. Try a cup, invented only 9,000 years ago. Rudimentary, but functional. It's in a bottle? A bit sick. Yeah, I guess a sinus infection is a bit more than a bit sick. Man, I was so out of it for a while. But, yeah, I'm feeling much better. I think I'm mostly fine now. I still have a bit of an annoying cough, though, so I have to keep drinking water. But it's also dry as hell in South Africa as well. We haven't had rain yet. It's the first week of October, no rain. We've had no rain since, like, the end of the last summer / autumn. I actually don't know if we got a lot of rain in autumn. I'm feeling better. Cough, hack, gurgle. Exactly. I'm trying my best. She also wishes a meteor would end her life. No, that's Puggy. Puggy wishes a meteor would end her life. I'm okay, thanks. I've got games to play. I need to see what the end game of Genshin is. I need to see the end of the story. So I've got lots to live for. You managed to do Abyss 11? Damn, homie. You can't do 12? Yeah, no worries. I would say just try your best, even if you get like 1 star. That's all good. All I want is rain. What is this? It's disgusting. You know, we're supposed to have rain by like at least the 2nd week of September. Instead, here we are suffering, sweating. But it's so dry. But the sweat doesn't really do anything. It all just evaporates. We're sitting here being crispy. It just started raining in Cape Town. Oh, I'm so jealous. But you guys get rain, well, at least in PE. They got rain like all year. Except when they had a really severe drought. But Johannesburg's dry. For like, I want to say at least half of autumn. All of winter. And then the first 2 weeks of spring. No rain. And then suddenly rain.
知识的价值是不能用金钱简单衡量的。跟紧了。
So yeah, we are in desperate need of rain. They talk of water restrictions as well at the moment. So yeah, it's water restrictions, electricity's been switched off. This whole country, well, specifically Johannesburg, I think. This province, Gauteng province, is really struggling. Cape Town's doing somewhat better, but whew, this country is being held together with string and bubblegum in exchange for enough primos to get my boy. I'm so tempted to buy that joystick and play Fight Sim. Need the chillaxing vibes. Oh. I kind of want to say do it, Llama, because I know the people who play those kinds of games. It just, like, levels up their experience. Someone tell me not to. Whoops! Sorry, Llama! You said that a bit late. I take back what I said. Yeah, let's go with that.
师傅好，我来看东西。小郎朗状态不错嘛。
Oh, my little wolf cub!
已经跟你解释过事情的。
Oh, that's adorable. What's a hotaz? I don't know that.
你看，就是这个木盒子，我只是把它取来，还没动过。如果你已经决定了，就亲手打开它吧。
What's in the box?
想好了。
Does he normally look this tired? I've never looked at Razor before.
箱子里
That's
怎么都是
oh,
些
that's
杂
so
物啊！
cute.
我还以为一定会有信之类的东西呢。难道时间隔得太久，法尔加把木盒子寄混了？
有气味，
Oh.
气味？什么气味？
很久很久以前闻过气味。
How are you enjoying the story so far? The story for the event? It seems pretty cute, Hero. I'm actually very surprised that I didn't get any spoilers for this. There's a very cute character that they show us, like, kind of in the beginning. And I'm like, how did this not get spoiled for me?
爸爸妈妈的味道。
I'm stunned, to be honest. So far, it seems pretty cute. Have you started the event, Hero? They all die in the end. Llama, what the fuck?
野性也算是一种
Everybody
操作
dies?
吧。我们再看看还有没有其他线索。
Ban him, Jargon. Ban Llama for the spoiler.
歪斜斜的，是手工品吧？
Only gave the spoiler alert
这个
afterwards.
看起来应该是一记守卫的零件。等等，你们看，这个酒瓶不是空的，里面还有大半瓶酒的样子。
Wait, is...
上面还贴着一张纸条，签。
I was gonna say, is Diluca's daddy? That would be kind of weird. Zhongli's fault? Oh no. Not pretty. Then the rise of the dinosaurs? Are we going backwards? Is Teyvat the opposite of our world? This is making a lot of sense.
千峰佳酿是蒙德人最早学会酿造的酒。之所以叫这个名字，有人说是因为要放入许多种原料，也有人说
Or are we going full circle? I was born into the wrong world then. X-Files music? Oh my goodness. I watched that shit when I was a kid. I don't think it's for kids though.
我记得有书籍里记载，它的酿造方法千奇百怪，出品的味道也难以控制。
It's on Prime? Like Prime Video? I've been watching the Lord of the Rings show. It's not bad. It's actually quite enjoyable. But I'm a little bit confused by some of the choices that they made. The prosthetics being one of them. They're pretty terrible. For some reason, the ears, all of the ears look like, what do we call, is it cauliflower ears or something that rugby players suffer from? That's what all the elves' ears look like. They all look really massive and swollen. You're binging X-Files? You won't go near the Lord of the Rings stuff? Oh no. Have you heard bad things, Llama? I think it's okay. I watched this shit when I was a kid. I don't think it was for kids. To be fair, Hero, didn't you ever watch any things you weren't supposed to when you were growing up? Because I'm pretty sure we've all watched something that, you know, wasn't age appropriate. Too much violence or like... I watched a lot of horror movies as a kid as well. Very bad idea. I'm a scaredy pants now. I was definitely traumatized by, what was it called? The Ring and The Hills Run Red. That was such a fucking garbage film. But it's forever stuck in my mind now. Don't Google it. It's really terrible. So much is making... Yeah, that film just absolutely destroyed me. It was... I felt sick, in fact. I almost... Actually, I might have actually thrown up after watching it. It was very, very bad. The Ring, not so much. That didn't make me feel sick. But The Hills Run Red. It's literally the worst film I've ever seen. I don't know why I watched it, and yeah, it definitely made me throw up afterwards. But a friend put it on, and I was like, this is fine. You were traumatized by Gremlins and Neverending Story. Those are such good movies though, Llama. You kind of watched more stuff not for kids when I was... Oh no, as soon as I grew up, I lost interest in the forbidden. Oh no. Oh, hero.
连雷泽也
You
反应过来
desensitized
吧
yourself. Now you're fine. You're immune to all of those things.
我在闻闻。
They are filth. Llama! What the hell? I'm gonna ban you for saying that. How could you? Those are great films. I love them. Those are okay for kids.
好啦，雷泽，不用
I
为
guess
难
the
自己了。
puppets are a little bit creepy.
当一个方法走不通的时候，
Um,
我们应该怎么办
what
呢？
was the flying dragon thing in Neverending Story? Fuck, I can never remember his name. He was very cute, but the gremlins was very creepy.
没错哦，
The wet
把
ones
师
at
傅的话
least.
记住了呢。
Come in for one joint and I've been banned, threatened twice. You've got some very controversial takes there, Llama.
马上就到佳酿节了，
The
所
Wienerless
有研究
Fest
的人都会聚在蒙德。
on our 1-year anniversary.
佳酿的详细情况。
So now that it's been a year, Llama, now you're just whipping out the spice. Now you're sharing all of your controversial opinions. Is this your exit strategy, Llama?
哦，有道理呢。
开幕式很热闹，小可爱和小派萌不能错过哦。雷泽也刚好跟着一起。
I'm expecting diamonds, just saying. I will cut you down in the prime of your life. Oh my goodness. Llama, are you in the prime of your life?
试试
I'm asking for a friend.
问。
It's Jargon. Jargon's my friend.
我们会陪你一起的，放心啦。我们俩，就像你在杜拉夫先生和狼群之间起到的作用一样。
好。那
You're in the
我先回去。
in the biltong of your life? Oh no, did we wait too long?
要告诉
But wait, biltong's really good, Llama. So... Maybe you are in fact in the prime of your life. Get him, Jargon! Get him! I have to wait. Oh, I hate these things. 2 days later? Are you guys joking? I can only wait 2 days. Is that gonna count? You came prepared, Llama. You got your lightsaber. I can't believe... What is the point of this? Why make us wait? As Master Yoda says, come at me, bro. Does he actually say that? Wouldn't he be like, me, bro, come at? I don't know if that was enough time, because I have to wait for like the
不
morning.
要害怕犯错，
2 days later? I don't understand.
也是学
I'm
习
bad
过
at
程中的
time on a
遗憾
good day. Today's not a good day, guys. This is very confusing. Come hither, fool! Yoda says... Yoda says fool! I pity the fool! The fool I pity! Lava? Oh my goodness. I need to drink more water. Drink water, guys! Hydrate! Before you dehydrate. And or have a very crispy, crunchy throat. Ah. Mango mochi? I guess it can kind of be.
感谢各位的
No.
等待。今年
Spec.
佳酿节顺利
Oh
地开完
no. Step bro, what are you doing? Banning. Ban everyone. It's fine. Just ban them all.
希望在此期间，
We're gonna ban the people who are chatting because they're being sussy, and then we're gonna burn the lurkers.
丰收的喜悦。
Oh no. Not a good place to be, this chat. Sorry,
在丰
guys.
日当天，我们会在此进行举杯仪式，迎接风神巴巴托斯的回归。听凭风吟，
听凭风吟。
Yeah. I need to roll another joint so I can keep causing chaos.
雷泽，
Have you been causing chaos, Llama? I think you're fine.
好多人
走，我们偷偷溜去找人。
找
一个卖唱的，他消息灵通又爱喝酒，或许会知道啊。
Oh man, I love Venti as a character. Ah!
Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. Don't pop like trouble, breaking into your heart like that.
Wait, I don't ever remember adding that sound to the thing. I'm so confused. Also, Jargon, can you refund Ronnie for that? I'm so confused about the sound. I don't remember adding that. Oh, the confusion is real. Ronnie, you've also got you've already got VIP. You don't need to buy your guys. I just caught a mosquito in my hand. I want to die. Help! Ah, it's still alive. Oh no! Oh, that's disgusting. I always, whenever I see a mosquito come towards me, I always reach out to grab it, and then I immediately regret my life choices. Because then I have a squished mosquito in my hand. Okay, wait, I need to go wash my hand. This is disgusting. I'll be right back. Oh, I feel so gross right now. You want a tiara? I don't know if I can give you a tiara. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I wasn't expecting to catch it. So when I caught it, I had a squished mosquito in my hand. Also, hello, Lord of all Sloths! Hello, hello, how are you doing? Sorry for just doing like a hit and run there. I had a squished mosquito in my hand. It was very disgusting. You ordered a tiara on Wish? Oh, but you never got it? Damn. Yeah, I don't know if I would order a tiara on Wish. Very simply because, yeah, the chances of getting it are pretty low. Was Venti after booze again? But how are you doing, Ronnie? You saw purple, but it was Sayu. Who did you want? Who did you want, Spec? You know, Sayu's not bad. She's not terrible, to be fair. Still a bit sick. Will treat myself with some ice cream. Oh no, feel better soon, Ronnie. I'm also a little bit sick still. Make sure you hydrate before you dehydrate, Ronnie. Drink some water. Or just add some water. Add some water to your ice cream. Sorry to hit and run. No worries, Ronnie. Take care of yourself. Llama just casually trying to post links there. What are you posting, Sussy Bucker? Are you expecting Sino? But you gotta see gold for Sino. You saw purple hoping it would become gold? Oh man. Yeah, I'm one of those people that only does 10 pulls. So I know that I'll be getting at least Let me just open Discord quick. I know I'll be at least getting a blue, not a blue, a purple for every pull. That just feels so much better for me. What did you do, llama? Oh no. Ba ba ba. I won't be able to get enough for the tadpole. You gotta just keep trying, man. Just keep going. Can't stop, won't stop. What am I doing? Browser. My malware bites is like, hey, don't you want to pay for my services? And I'm like, no, thank you. Oh, guys, I just caught a mosquito in my hand. I want to die. Help. It's still alive. Oh no. Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, I'm terrible. Thank you, lava. Yeah, I don't like squishing bugs, but sometimes it's necessary, you know. The nasty chocos. Razor's got an earring. Wait, what? That's gonna be awkward when it plays on a shower. Maybe a little bit.
刚好也叫做千风佳酿呢。本来想留到归风日再念的，但为了朋友，就不管这些了。怎么样？要不要现在就读点给你们听
I can't believe Razor's got an earring, guys.
歌谣不好懂，但是要听。是个不错的回答。那我开始了。我们把这些东西封进桶，等啊。 等着风起涌，把佳酿的瓶口先拉上。南风和煦，北风。
He really is a tone-deaf bard. That was some terrible music, Venti.
佳酿味道像什么？蒙德的名字，自由的。
That said, I don't think I could do a much better job.
什么发酵成佳酿？探索的勇气。
And he's even stopped playing the music. Cool. Thanks, Venti.
守护的执着一如初，伴着千风起祝颂。
Even these people are like trying to shout over him because he's doing such a terrible job.
等啊，等啊，等着风起涌。谢谢大家的掌声。刚才的歌谣
Absolutely not, Venti. I didn't take in a single sentence of that, but thank you.
和酒很像，有点甜。
That was an excellent example of Mongolian throat metal, yeah? not the throat metal I've heard, but sure. Oh, okay, well, apparently it didn't give us any information anyway, so this is fine.
这也是蒙德诗歌的特色嘛。
真要说酿酒材料的话，
What kind of weird shiz you into? What do you mean? I have no idea what you mean, Llama.
守护的执着，千风祝颂。完全看不出来具体是指什么呀？喂，卖唱的，我看你明明什么都知道。
Play in this? Ah! What do you? I have no idea what you mean, Llama. Do you want to explain?
哎呀，我可不是什么
Help me understand what you mean.
但歌谣里没唱的内容，我也没办法为你们编出来呀。想要知道芬芳的秘密，只能靠你们亲自动手喽。
动手的意思，需要我们自己去酿酒吗？而且酿个酒就能知道很多事吗？卖唱的，你没骗人吧？
我们认识这么久，你还不相信我的诚意吗？哎，好伤心的。
He's so dramatic. I'm still stunned by the earring. I can't believe that.
自己酿酒，找答案，知道 酒怎么做，也能知道。啊，对。
The illusion of choice. It's the silly delay. I was making a comment. Oh no. The earring is not that stupendous. No, but Llama, I had no idea he even had an earring. I don't know a lot of characters that have earrings, to be honest. I know that Yaya's got earrings on her big old floppy wolf ears. Or fox ears. And Ito's got earrings. But I honestly don't know about the other characters. I've just dropped something on the ground. This is fine. How he got an earring is a good question. I mean, fair. Maybe it was Daddy Vodka. Only knew he had an earring because Jinx was complaining about it. Oh, really? And Cookie's got earrings. The reason why I know Cookie's got earrings is because I had to fucking make them. They were really easy, actually. But why she got tassels for earrings, that's what I want to know. Fucking weird, man. Not a lot of Wolven Blacksmith. No, it was definitely Daddy Vodka that helped him with the earring. Probably pierced him with one of those piercing guns as well. Okay, I'm very curious now. I need to go see which characters have got earrings. Oh! I want that as a background. That was so beautiful. Oh my god. Oh, look, it's a piggy. Whoa. Okay. Okay, so we have 4 quests. Is there other stuff? Huh. Damn it, I'm gonna play this game again. Llama, every time you're here, you're like, shit. Gotta play this game again. Oh, there's more story as well? Okay. Nice. At least everything's unlocked now. I hate doing these events and I have to wait for things to unlock. Mama Eve! Hello, hello! How are you? It sucks you in like a Hoover. Oh, I see. You need to get... Oh.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker! Although, you're not the motherfucker, are you? You're the fucking mother. The Mama Eve. How you doing, Mama Eve? I'm alright. I'm still recovering from my sickness. Does this count as an earring? Oh, absolutely. Tai Tai's got an earring. He's just got the one, though. Yeah, I'm a little bit sick still, but otherwise good. Just tired, default setting. Oh my god, yes. Jargon and I, we also have that default setting of just being tired. We wake up in the morning tired. Alright, so we already know now that this boy has got a fucking earring. Just the one, though. Kaya? Kaya's got an earring? Has he got 1 or 2? Stand still, homo. No! This bitch. This homie don't want to stand still. He's got 1 earring as far as I can tell, though. Chongyun, I don't think he would have earrings. No. I think a lot of the characters are quite plain in terms of jewelry. She's got an ear cuff? No, she's got actual earrings. And she's got, like... Okay, she's got a lot of jewelry on, actually. Noelle, nothing. Noelle, no earrings. Kaching's got earrings! No ways! They're so tiny. What are they, like little flowers? Alloy, I don't think she would have earrings, but she's got that little communicator thing. Chi-Chi! Chi-Chi's got earrings. Oh, she's got the little... her little orb things that she summons, right? The black one and the white one. That's adorable. I've never noticed before. Amber? No. Xinyan. Oh my god, that's actually an earring? No ways. Wait, she only got 1. Okay, she's only... I thought that was hair! This whole time, I thought she just had like a rat tail going on. That's an earring. You also like amber? Interesting taste. And how about you? He's got one earring as well. Everyone's just got one fucking earring. They can't be asked to put the other one. Lisa's got... Oh my god, Lisa's got one earring as well. And it's a little crystal fly. I wish I could zoom in closer. She's got a crystal fly for her earring. Oh my god. What? I am learning things tonight. The Bay has got one earring. They all just have... What's up with the left ear? What's special about the left ear? Everyone's got a left ear piercing. And you, baby? No, she doesn't have earrings. So she got tassels on her hat. So I guess she doesn't need the earrings. Very beautiful. She's Christian, so she's got crosses. Cool. She doesn't have ears because she's a deer dragon thing. Sayu, can we even see Sayu's ears? Yes, we can, and she does not have earrings. Hu Tao? Bu Tao, she hasn't got earrings. Lumine's got that thing, but I don't know if it's connected to her ear. I think it's in her hair. She doesn't have earrings. Aether's got earrings, right? Sorry, guys. We cannot see Sarah's ears. I cannot confirm nor deny. She's a bird, so I don't know. Birds have got internal ears. Being Christian in a world of magic, how's that working out for Eugene? And she's a user of said magic, so that's interesting. I think the cross is a very interesting outfit choice. Here's Cookie's dumb earrings. She got teeny tiny little tassel bitches on both ears even. I hate them. But they weren't bad to make. How about... Okay, I was gonna say, how about Gorob? I was about to look for his ears and I was like, wait. They're kind of easy to see. She's gorgeous? Wait, which one? Sarah? Sarah's stunning. I love her. But Cookie, I love Cookie. She's my baby. Yeah, Sarah, she's very pretty. Shangling, no earrings. Benny Boken. Oh man, I was kind of hoping he had earrings. Cookie waifu, she's my waifu, don't touch. Babala-chan got no earrings. I wonder... Sorry, Barbara. I just need to check. No, she doesn't have earrings on either skin. Xingqiu, he's got one. But he's different from everyone else. He's got one on the right-hand side. Very interesting choice. I see he's balancing it with the rest of his hair. Fischl! No earrings. There's another bug flying in my face. Diona! No. No moaning for you, Diona, please. Nothing on Rosaria. I don't think Sucrose has anything on her ears. Doesn't look like it, at least. Fischl is waifu? Yeah? Do you have earrings? It's very fucking hard to see. I don't think he does, though. Doesn't look like it. Diluc? Diluc have earrings? Does Diluc have ears? Okay, he does have ears. No earrings. Toddy, also left ear, one piercing squad. Okay, there's actually a lot of characters who have got one piercing. And some with two. None on Ayayo. Raiden has none. That doesn't surprise me. Yae Miko, one of the few that has two earrings. Do these count as earrings? I guess they kind of do. But she also has two. She has two on each ear. So besides Ito, I think she's the only one with multiple piercings. Like, because Ito's got, I think, two on one ear. Xiao? Nothing. Interesting. Those are hair accessories. Those are her ears, though. Those aren't hair accessories. Those are her ears. This is a hair accessory at the bottom. Me too. Single left ear piercing squad. I don't think she has. Nope. She got little thing bangs on the side there. She don't need piercings. Zhongli also. 1 left ear piercing. Ito. Oh, he's got... Oh, I didn't realize. So he's got 2 on this side and then 1 on this side. Variety. Interesting. And then Tai Tai's just got the 1. He's also on the right ear squad with Xingqiu. Lele, also part of the left ear. Oh, no, wait. She has a little one on the side. Oh. Very interesting. So she's got both ears. Just the one's dangly. Interesting. And Monas? She's got a fuck off huge one on her ear. Good gravies. How has your ear not fallen off yet, woman? That would definitely get caught on her hair and yoinked out. All the sucky characters have left. Llama! You're giving me more reasons to ban you. Kokome-chan, do you got ears? Does she have... She does have ears. By the looks of it, no piercings. Huh. I got very distracted from what I was actually doing. I completely forgot what I was doing. But this is fine.
请留步！大名鼎鼎的荣誉骑士，还有提瓦特最好的向导派蒙。
See why this game sucks you in? Yeah, it's just... You get lost. Tunnel vision.
恳请你们帮我一把。
咦，居然有人会这样叫我！我的名号终于传开了吗？
Really, Paimon?
等等，我怎么感觉你有点眼熟啊？
没错，我是西风骑士伯恩哈德，隶属赫塔队长的后勤小队。
You're still here, Jargon. Thanks.
按照基本的礼仪，我应该先和你积累起足够的交情。
And there's another
但时间
mosquito.
太紧张了，我只能厚着脸皮求你。
Oh, wait, no. It's a moth. We're good.
请你帮帮忙吧，拯救这次义卖活动。
义卖活动，好像听秦团长提起过。你遇到什么麻烦了吗？
是这样的，西风骑士团打算在佳酿节期间经营一间店铺。店铺赚到的钱会被用于慈善事业，提供给生活条件比较艰苦的孩子和老人。而人选是由抽签决定的，恰巧就抽到了我。为了不让这次义卖失败，我去请教了许多人，但
I'll just do dailies and use my resin. Ooh, a story! So pretty! Look, a lotus patch! 9 hours later. Yeah, pretty much.
负责仓储和运输工作，就连要卖什么都想了很久，更别提经营店铺了。所以，我想恳请你们出手帮忙。
对啊，对啊，你说话不用这么客气啦。 按你的说法，义卖活动是为了蒙德的孩子和老人们好嘛，意义重大。他是荣誉骑士，我也是骑士团的老朋友了，分担一点责任也不算什么。
感激不尽，那就长话短说了。活动开始前，我们需要筹备佳酿金冻，这是经营店铺的基础资金。附近的酒商急需酿酒原料。 向他们出售原料，就能得到大量佳酿精冻。此外，一些外国的客人想要大量采购佳酿节期间的饮品，他们正在寻找帮忙下单的代理人。出于长期合作的考虑，这些客人给出的资金通常很宽裕，和酒商们也有商量价格的余地。这之间的差价就是给我们的辛苦费了，也能够换成等价的佳酿精冻。
也就是说，我们的任务是给酒商提供酿酒材料。
Okay, Bernhard of the Wienerless Fest of Wind coming. What an unfortunate string of words. Or fortunate, perhaps. Could definitely be a good thing.
我这里已经接到了一份委托，须弥的沙瓦马先生想要订购50箱假日果酿。 这种饮品可以在天使的馈赠的摊位买到。
George without the E.
格奥尔格先生比较和善，但也不会吃哑巴亏，还请你们谨慎考虑价格。和格奥，我先继续搭建店铺，等到你们筹备到了足够的加酿精豆，就回到这里来吧。至于店铺的相关物料，就不用你们多费心了。我已经联系了供货商，只等资金到位，他们就会把东西送过来。
好啊，分工合作，店铺布置交给你，资金筹备就交给我们。
帮大忙了，有了二位。
George. Oh, my voice is really disappearing. I don't know how much longer I can stream for. Because it's just it's evacuating the building.
格尔格先生，你好呀，我们是
哦，沙瓦马先生吗？他是我的熟客了。言归正传，今天
What? Why is it I have that much more, but I can only offer up to 14? Oh no. Oh.
不，沙瓦马先生有和你们通过气吗？
Oh, accidental 6-9, I'll take it.
这个价钱，虽按照惯例，我会安排专人送货，请你们放心吧。记得。
好了，接下来我们就继续筹备资金吧。目标是尽快收集足够的加酿精豆。
Whoopsie! Hi, Trax. How are you?
伯恩哈德的说法，方法可以自己选。外地的客人下单后，我们能拿到一笔辛苦费，就不用向酒商们出。不过。
I need to find a place to hibernate. Enjoy, llama. Take care of yourself. We'll see you when we see you. Take care, homie. And hydrate before you go sleepies. Hydrate before you dehydrate. Dying in this heat? Oh my goodness, Trax. Yes. I don't have a leather chair though, so at least I'm not stuck to my chair. But yeah, this heat is insane. Babara! Babala! Happy Winnerless Fest!
加酿节快乐！加酿节是蒙德最热闹的节日之一，我很开心能在这个时候见到你们。希望你们也喜欢加酿节。
We need rain so bad, Trax. Oh my goodness.
说起来，刚才我
I don't know if you're also in Gauteng, but goddamn, we need it. You're sitting in a leather chair. Oh, in Mpumalanga? Oh no! I've heard that the heat there is pretty crazy. I'll sell you some premium rain. Do I even want to know? Is it Gamer Girl bathwater rain? Otherwise, I'm not interested. Jargon. 37. Oh, it was only 33 where I am. Tracks. It was only 33 today, which is a crazy thing to say. Of course, I said premium. Man, I really want to keep streaming because I can, but goddamn, my throat is so sore. Oh my god, that's so cute. Because she loves Barbados. Have a good stream. Thank you, Chanty. She has no idea she's singing with Barbados. Some people's cars said 42 today. Oh my god, your Bucky said 39. Oh. Yeah, I think especially if you're outside in the sun, it's definitely going to be a lot hotter. Oh, that's so cute!
听众们都很享受，商品也卖得特别好。
Oh, Barbara. She's so cute.
原来芭芭拉和卖唱的还合作过呀。
Oh, yeah, I wish I could have been there as well. God damn. Can you imagine?
只可惜这次时间冲突了。佳酿节期间，西风教会要在风景优美的地方安排特别的唱诗，我还得参加排练。都是很有意义的工作，我们各自加油吧。谢谢你们。虽然不能留在这里唱歌，但我也想做点什么。我来向大家宣传你们的店铺吧。
Bless her.
该
What a
做成大
sweetheart.
幅海报吗？还是拿在手里的传单？宣传语得设计一下，附上签名会不会更有诚意？还是说挨个通知比较好。哇，有芭芭拉帮忙做广告，店铺知名度会大幅提升吧？这是我力所能及的小事。
You work in the timber market, so in the sun all day. Oh no, gonna become a burnt piece of bacon. Yeah, I don't handle sun very well, Trax. I don't remember if I posted it on Twitter. I posted it somewhere though. I got sunburnt when I was outside for like a few minutes, and I got an X burnt into my back because of what I was wearing. It was pretty funny because it was from a cosplay. But it was pretty symmetrical, which I was really happy about. It just means that I made the cosplay really well. If without knowing it, I got sunburnt to the point where I had an X on my back. Oh, Barbara! She's so sweet. She runs away. Oh, you got sunburnt at Comic-Con as well? Oh my god, yes. The sun fucking thrashed. That shit was hot. On the Sunday, that's when I got sunburnt. I got a hella bad burn on my back. Okay then. Business earnings? Fuck yeah. So what do I need to do here? Oh, I can just sell him all of this stuff? Why is there no max? Because I have so much of this shit. That KFC line was crazy, but the Zinger wings were worth it. Oh man, I never got to try any of the KFC stuff. I was a bit sad, but at the same time, not a fuck in a whorehouse was I going to stand in a line. In the sun, in cosplay? No ways. Diane! You could have made puppy eyes and had someone else do it. You know what? I could have. But I feel like it would have been difficult to, eat anyway. Because the Zinger wings, I think, were the saucy ones. But the dunked... Was it the dunked wings? It was like dunked Zinger wings or something. I've had those normally anyway. I don't know if these were like different ones. And then what I wanted to try was the burger. You were there on Saturday? Oh no! You stood in the line for an hour? Yeah, so the people I went to Comic-Con with, they got food for me. They stood in the line. The shortest line they could find was the line for Spur, and it was still a 45-minute wait. A burger or a chicken burger? I actually don't remember what it was. I just know it was a spicy boy. The glazed donuts and Zinger wings were great. I heard that the donuts were like very disappointing. Someone told me it just wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth the wait. It wasn't worth it wasn't worth the money. And I was like, oh man, that kind of sucks. But if you enjoyed it, then that's good at least. Ah. Oh, we just have to get lots of money. Paimon is so adorable here. So, what is my next quest? This one? Okay, it says wait. 2 days later. This is such a weird system that they have. Yours was good? Okay, well, at least. At least. Could be worse, I guess. But it's fine. I hate when they bring limited stuff like that. Because, like, my favorite ice cream was the Blueberry McFlurry. And every time McDonald's South Africa on Twitter is like, hey, what should we bring back? I'm like, bring back the fucking Blueberry McFlurry. And they're like, oh, sorry, that was a limited time offer. I'm like, yes, I know it was a limited time offer. That's why I'm asking for you to bring it back. Because we don't currently have it. For fuck's sakes, man. That was so tasty. But why ask? What should we bring back if you... Gosh, irritates me. Stinky McDonald's. Just give me my Blueberry McFlurry already. They had, like, these little, like, biscuit pieces in it. It was so fucking good, man. But that's gone forever, apparently. It sounds amazing. It was. I'm trying to think, like, make one at home? No, so it was like very specific kind of biscuit jargon. It was kind of like, if you had like shortbread biscuit, but it was like, you know, like Dippin' Dots kind of size? They were like teeny tiny bickies. Yeah. I have no idea where you'd even get something like that. But it was kind of like shortbread. But yes, and then they also had a blueberry syrup. Oh, it was so good. I'm so sad that it's gone. Also, why banned? Why banned her son? Who's banned? Me? You? There's one ice cream that you can buy like at the supermarket that has a similar flavor, and it's like it's like a like blueberry cheesecake flavor. It's really fucking good. You're banned. Why are you banned, Hassan? What have you done? You love the cheesecake ice creams? I haven't had that many. Thank you, Hassan. Ben and Jerry's? Oh man, we don't got Ben and Jerry's here. Strawberry cheesecake? I'm not a very big fan of strawberry, but I would definitely try it. Paimon's so cute. Ah! Klee!
对不起，我来晚了。
没事哦，我们刚好也在聊天呢。多亏了他头脑灵活。
You used to steal the single snack size ones when you worked at a gas station. Did they never catch you, Jargon? They never noticed that all the one ice cream in particular was missing. They let me out. They throw this this arsonist child into jail. It was the employee. You stole a bunch of shit. You were there for 2 years? And they never noticed? The employee discount was 100%. The owners were awful people? Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's fine then, right? It's okay to steal from terrible people. Terrible people steal from us all the time in South Africa, so why not? And by terrible people, I mean the government.
然后
What did she
就被
do?
雷泽撞见了。我看雷泽在想事情，跟平时不太一样，就问他发生什么事啦。
Klee sounds so much more like a baby.
雷泽说他在找妈妈。
不是找妈妈。
没关系哦，妈妈是很重要的人，找妈妈是很重
Oh
要的
my
事
god, this is so
我也来
cute.
帮忙。
雷泽，
Oh.
总算找到你了。
I needed sliced cheese once, so I put it in my pocket and was going to leave. But the owner called me over and I thought I was dead. But she gave she gave you an increase after you stole cheese. Something weird just happened. Oh no, Spec, what's happened?
大家都在这
Did you get
各
Sido?
位好。喏，这个给你。
Oh. Thanks, Benny.
这不是小灯草吗？
哦，没错，今天早上我就是被他绊了
He
一跤。
tripped on a flower. Imagine.
我是摔了个嘴啃泥，他却还好好的。我认定他就是你需要的酿酒材料了。
班尼特哥哥，怎么会被小灯草绊倒啊？
Klee! You can't just ask people how they tripped on a small lamp grass, girly. Oh my goodness.
小灯草不是会亮吗？
Klee, what the fuck, girl? Oh my god. I think someone sent me Genesis crystals. Is that even possible? It is possible, Spec. That's cray cray. Did you get blessed by the sky god?
不是亮不亮的问题，肯利的意思是小灯草很大很显眼嘛，肯定看得见呀。
Klee's got no fucking chill. She's like, dude, are you dumb? How did you trip?
可能是我跑得急，
Uh,
自己不小心。
yeah, you can get sent Genesis crystals. I don't really know how it works exactly. I know there's a website where you can essentially buy it. How do they have your UID? I have no idea. That is what they would need. They would just need your UID to be able to send you Genesis crystals. So, yeah. I don't know. Have you given it to anyone recently?
还是别把后面又摔了好几次的事情说出来。
I won't tell them about the other face plants that came after that.
我到
Poor
处上
Bennett.
打听雷泽去了哪里，这一个早上已经错过好几次了。
This was literally me at Comic-Con. At Comic-Con. Everyone I asked told me that I'd just missed Azzy and Gamma. And I wanted to see them both so badly. And I just kept missing them every time I went there.
还好现在
Besides the people I
放
befriended.
长一口气。
I'm not too sure then, Spec. But that's cool.
谢谢你。
Poor Benny.
知道我要材料。
哦，你问这个呀？有个自称是图书管理员的大姐姐来找塞琉斯会长，希望冒险家协会的人多多参与。
Oh, how do you not know Lisa,
还
Benny?
顺
What the
便
heck?
提一嘴你的
I
事
feel like I think
让我们
Lisa
帮忙
would love Bennett. Because he's such a good
丽
boy.
莎小姐居然不偷懒了，
She'd definitely give him head pats. He deserves it.
哦，原来那位就是丽莎小姐。听大家说她是非常聪明的人，就是不爱出门。我还是第一次见到她。关于材料究竟是什么，我想了好久，也选了很多种。本来是想和你当面讨论的。
It's concerning. Wait, why is it concerning?
但后来发
Oh no.
现还是小灯草
Maybe
最
someone
好
put the wrong
散发
um
光芒，为探索者指路，多棒的一
UID in, maybe? Maybe the I don't know if it's possible to write the wrong one.
哎呀，不用那么见外，我很理解你的心情。假如
No,
有天我
Bennett.
的家人，我的老爹们需要什么，你肯定也会帮我的。
Oh.
有什么可丽能做的吗？带上可丽，可丽
Oh.
一起。
Klee wants to help.
小可丽真热心啊，感觉最受节日氛围影响的就是她了。
班尼特，你没说过你家的事。这个嘛，因为我从小没见过爸妈，是被协会里的老冒险家们抚养长大的，跟普通的家庭不太一样。如果真想听我家的事，
班尼特哥哥。
Oh.
来和可丽一起做妈妈的孩子吧，妈妈很好。
Ah, my heart. Oh, Klee. Oh. Is she always this cute? And I just missed it somehow? Fuck.
啊，谢谢你的好意，可丽小妹妹。但这
Oh
事
man.
我不能答应。
I'm melting over here, not from the heat.
你看，我有老爹们，还有这么多朋友伙伴，我还是班你们小团长呢。
Bennett has 2 dads. Or multiple dads.
可丽明白了。那送你这个。
That's so cute! Klee! A jumpy dumpy!
是天天睡觉不会爆炸的蓝蓝蹦蹦，希望他能做班尼特哥哥的朋友。
That's so cute. Not sure if you've seen the English ending for this event. It's pretty cool. I haven't. I don't play in English, but also I haven't seen this event at all, so.
对啊，说不定班尼特的运气会受到可丽影响，冒险变得顺利起来。
And you might blow up monsters. Is this the time that that we lose Albedo? Because Klee and Bennett blow up monsters. And everyone think it's Albedo.
班尼特在的话，可丽也不会闯出什么祸。这么一来，就可以开开心心的度过佳酿节了。
好，放心吧，我们会互相照应的。
冒险、宝藏、佳酿节，好耶！现在就出发！哦，不对，毛毛顺滑，毛毛顺滑，雷泽也要好起来。
Wolfie！
小胖毛，雷泽就交给你们了，找妈妈要加油哦。
Make sure he finds his mommy. Oh my god.
要顺利。
Oh my god, so cute. I'm gonna scream.
再见了，朋友们。
看到他们那么有精神的样子，真好。差点忘了正事。是这样的，雷泽，刚才我和旅行者讨论下来，觉得温迪提到的酿酒原料都是一些可贵的品质。说不定他们就对应着蒙德城里3个组织各自的精神。如果能找到那里的熟人，就能发现你需要的东西。怎么了？还有什么心事吗？
Why did his sound like a phone vibrating? Someone get a text message.
想了很久，脑袋不够聪明。
Or is it just me? It sounded like a phone though.
不像旅行者，不能指让大家帮我，我也要做点什么。人类的爸爸妈妈不了解，应该去了解，知道别人的爸爸妈妈，再来，所以会问。
这是好事啊！雷泽在努力寻找答案呢。
没想到，班尼特跟我一样。
Howdy from Kangaroo Land. You traveling at the moment, Crazy Mug?
老爹们气味变得不一样，暖暖的，像太阳晒过的干草。
接下来我们也该回一趟蒙德城。
How's it going, homie?
去西风教会找熟人帮忙。和雷泽关系比较好的，大概是……
不好意思，几位，我刚听见你们是准备回蒙德，有一辆本该从城里运水果过来的货车迟迟没有到， 我担心是在路上出了什么事儿，但嘉酿节这边我实在走不开。
My husband. That's great. Spent 2 weeks in Tennessee, not 2 weeks in Australia. Nice. Are you enjoying it? Juggaloo. You guys are adorable.
好，去，大家帮我，有机会，我也帮大家。
好的，好的，那真是太感谢了。
My voice is definitely leaving the building. Wah! I have lots of things to do.
味道，在这边。
啊，看见火车了！怎么还有球球人？哇，难道他们是被水果的香味
Haven't
吸引
been
了
killed by a giant spider yet, so going good. Nice! Good job. Just make sure you always lift the toilet seats before you do anything. Oh, we get to trial Razor. How interesting.
别担心，飞吧。
看不清了吧？
Oh wait, I don't have the button for switching to Razor. Okay.
啊，总算搞定了。这些球球人对吃的也太执着了。
Yeah, Paimon, they're just, you know, I don't know, corrupted husks of the people they used to be. They're probably hungering for humanity and feeling. So give them a fucking break, Paimon. At least they're not like you. You're just eating all the time, girl. Damn. Have some compassion for the hilly trolls, man. What a fucking grim story. And then she's roasting them. Unbelievable. The audacity.
有敌人，
用敌人来称呼我，未免太生疏了。
Okay. Razor doesn't like Rosaria for some reason.
某种层面上，我们应该算是姐弟才对。
罗莎莉亚，不对，罗莎莉亚似乎在哪里出现都不会奇怪。我重新问个问题，
你的剑术应该是从法尔加那儿学的吧？迅猛而又刚强。
Razor can smell the sun on her because she's a lady of the night.
看你不擅长表达，或许应该多学学法尔加啰嗦的说话方式，就当是锻炼口语了。可惜，他还不知道什么时候回来。
没关系，我会。
姐弟，哦，我明白了，他们两人的父亲都是法尔加。
血缘原本也不能代表什么，不是吗？我理解，人生走到尽头的那一瞬间，陪在身边的未必就是。
Wow, this got dark very fast.
冷冷的、暗暗的大人，你也想不起来真正的父母长什么样吗？
怎么？你是在陪他收集亲生父母的线索，顺带建立和家庭相关的观念？好吧，你说中了。
GG's her son.
我对亲生父母没有多少记忆，懂事之前就没见过他们。这样的事似乎很常见，直至今日，世上仍有许多人日夜思念亲人，却无法与之见面。
Mommy Rosaria. Yeah.
反正接触不到，也无需在意。重要的是，你自己要成为什么样的
人。What is FG supposed to be, Crazy Mike? Oh, you still haven't got him, Spec? Oh. Well, you still have a week. Don't give up. It's Mama Rosaria or Mommy Rosaria. Dummy Mommy Rosaria. You back, Smurf? What did you eat? Did you have some good foods?
很重要，人类家人也重要，必须好吧？就算你能查到你的
Also, Yoda, don't forget to log into Cookie Run.
是无恶不作的大坏人。
Cookie Runner? Is that what it's called? Cookie Run? Cookie Run? Yeah, yeah? It's Cookie Run, yeah? Words are hard.
这会影响你自己的选择吗？
Uh...
你又要走怎样的路呢？
Cookie Run! Cookie Run. Words, man. They gave 10k. They gave 10k crystals as a sorry for extending the maintenance, guys. And that was on top of the 2k that they already gave us. They literally gave us 40 poles. More water, guys. Drink water. Hydrate before you dehydrate. They're also going to give us more rewards for, like, Facebook subscribers. So, yeah. This shit is bananas. Got lazy and didn't want to cook, so you went to Nando's? Fuck yes! Hell yeah. 10... Oh, no, sorry. That's a different game. I was talking about a different game, Spec, not Genshin. Yeah, 10k would be insane. I was talking about Cookie Run Kingdoms. Which is another gacha game that I play. But it's a mobile gacha. You're on vacation? Are mimosas acceptable instead of water? I mean, I guess, Crazy Mug. But isn't it like a crazy... It's a crazy hour in Australia to be drinking. I'm fashionably late, but I am here. It's good to have you, Cupcake. How are you doing? How's your puppies? Don't get me so excited. Well, to be fair, I did say Cookie Run 20 times earlier. So yeah, I did give fair warning that I was talking about a different game.
好了，话就说到这里吧。花给你，它和我一样，都是冷冷的东西。
It's icy cold, just like me. Oh, Rosaria. Never change, girly. No, that's fine. I was just messing with you. I kept saying Cookie Run because I said it wrong the first time when I was trying to fix it in my brain. But yeah, that Cookie Run Kingdoms, the devs are very, very generous with that game. Like, unbelievably generous. The small one is just going through his teenage phase. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. How is your papa? Oh, he's doing okay. Cupcake, I got some pretty bad news recently about his health. There's not anything that we can do for him besides just make him a happy boy, make him a comfy boy. So yeah, that's what we've been doing. Just making sure he's happy, well fed, and happy. That's all that matters. You blame Kai? Wait, what do you blame Kai for, Hassan? Yeah, he's a happy boy. He's getting lots of love and lots of treats. Oh, for everything? I guess.
不用谢，小事一桩，谈不上帮忙，只是还人情。我受了法尔加不少恩惠，身为半个姐姐，也该有所表示。
It's never great news to get. Yeah, it is pretty sad because like, so I don't know if I told you, Cupcake, but he's got arthritis. It's why I don't bring him onto stream anymore because it's very hard for him to get up and move around. So I don't want to make him move unnecessarily, and I feel like just bringing him into my room for stream's not fair for him. Even though he gets some treats out of the deal, I don't think it's good for him to move so much. His back legs are not very strong as well because of the arthritis. So it's just very difficult for him to move around, and because he's such a big dog, it's hard for me to lift him up. So I don't want to put him under stress and whatever. So, yeah, I forgot where I was going with that sentence. But yeah, because he's on arthritis pills, it's not good for his organs. So he's an otherwise healthy dog, but because he's needed to be on these pain pills, his organs are starting to fail. So we don't really know how much time he has, but the time that he does have, we're gonna make it the best time. So that's really all we can do. We don't want to take him off the meds. We don't want to put him on weaker meds because we worry about his quality of life. So we don't want, you know, his remaining time to be uncomfortable and full of pain and stuff. Because, yeah, I think, yeah, he's happy the way he is now. He's still bouncing around and begging me for treats every now and then. Someone knows both my UID and server. Oh no, Spec. Did they send you more? Y'all are lucky to have each other. What, me and Sky? I'm definitely lucky to have him. Oh. Accidentally interrupted Razor, sorry. Who is this person? I have no idea, Spec. I don't know who you've given your UID to recently. Give him all the love and cherish the time you have. Definitely. I'm sure you guys have made him much more happier. Oh, so much happier. That he has... he was rescued by people that love him so much. Ah! You can't see! You can't see me crying. It's okay. Yeah. I think, I mean, I've only known him for like 5 years. We suspect that he's like 11, 12 years old. So when he was adopted by my boyfriend, he was already a bit of an old boy. But yeah, I think... sorry. Yeah, I think I was really lucky. I was really lucky to... Well, to meet my boyfriend, but also to get to know Sky. He's a very naughty boy. He's very cheeky. He's definitely got a mind of his own. He lives life by his own rules. He's very much like a cat. But he's very sweet. He's my boy. So yeah, just we take him on very short walks because he can't walk very far now. Take him on short walks together. But yeah, I just hope that whatever time he has left with us, that he's a happy boy. He's comfortable and he's not in pain. Because that would be the worst thing. Like, before we had him on the arthritis meds, like, we just noticed that he started becoming a lot more lethargic. You know, he wasn't as excitable. He wasn't excited for things. So we took him to the vet and he got blood tests done. And he's done so much better on the meds. He became himself again. It was a really nice change. But yeah, sometimes you don't notice when it's like in a slow decline. Because arthritis is not something that just changes overnight. So the slow decline of his health, we didn't really notice for a little while. But we also knew he was just an old dog, so we just figured it was, you know, him calming down. But yeah, he's still a very bouncy boy. But yeah, thank you, Cupcake. It is one of those unfortunate things about dogs. They're too good to have a long life. Imagine if they had much longer lives. They'd be doing too much good in the world. That's their handicap. What?
小派蒙提到的那种材料，我已经安排好人去准备了。
I'll be honest, I didn't read what I said
只
there.
不过
But
那个孩子也很认真，
now
想多
Paimon's
钻
mad
研
at
一
me.
阵子，请你们耐心等待。至于酒桶呢，你们收集了种种原材料，该不会想用达达乌帕谷的大锅把它们搅在一起吧？
Paimon's always mad? She is.
所以想来想去，
She is.
也只能拜托擅长交际、智慧过人的骑兵队长去一次晨曦酒庄，顺个好用的酒桶回来了。
好了好了，都是熟人，我当然明白你想帮徒弟了。恭维的话还是免了。但好不容易回去一趟，你就让我办这种事，我很为难啊。
怎么会为难呢？江氏是你的强项啊！
What a weird thing to say, Lisa.
佳酿节可是我们蒙德最重要的节日之一。迪洛克的脾气你还不清楚吗？
Oh my god. Yes, Beck. What happened? How have you been otherwise? Surviving the heat wave? Yeah. I think we've been okay.
比如说，
We've definitely, when the power goes off, it's difficult because we normally have the fan on, and that helps a lot with Sky. But we just keep the doors open. We have quite a nice air current that just like flows through the house, and it's in the path where he lays. So yeah, I think it's been okay for him. For me, I just lay on my bed and just wait to die, to be honest. I just wait to turn into a puddle of sweat. How about you, Cupcake? Are you surviving? I'm just waiting to turn into a puddle of sweat. That's literally how I'm surviving. Heat wave, yeah. Today it was 33. It's not terrible, Hassan, but we haven't had rain. I want to say probably for like 6 months. What month are we currently in? Let's see. We may have had rain. May have had rain 5 months ago. He came home? Oh shit, bitch! Congrats! I'm so glad. Oh my goodness. Enjoy collecting scarabs, Spectre. Not surviving at all. I'm not built for the southern climates. Oh no. I'm originally from Port Elizabeth, from the Eastern Cape. So I grew up with reliable rain all year round. Johannesburg has been difficult to adjust to because they have a very dry winter and it's fucking awful. My god. That's winter here. Yeah, her son literally lives in the desert. You step outside and you sweat. Oh no. You can keep your weather, thanks. Yeah, her son lives in the desert, like literally. It really is trash. You miss Durban winters. Oh man, listen. I lived in Durban for a very short amount of time, like somewhere between 5 to 7 months. And wow, it was during winter. It was amazing. I left just in the beginning of spring. It was so fucking hot in the beginning of spring. But in winter, we literally had the door open like every day. I took a shower today, got dressed, and 5 minutes later I was sweating. Oh no. Like, why shower if you're just going to sweat? The sweat is your shower now. As disgusting as that is. At least it's not like humid as well, Cupcake, because like that high heat and humidity, like in Durban, oh fucking disgusting. Oh, it's gross, man. Everything just feels wet all the time and it's sweaty and sticky and ugh. I hate it. PE didn't get that bad. PE still had a bit of a chill in the air. But woof. Durban. Durban's another beast.
这样吧，小可爱，你陪凯亚走一趟，我来给雷泽做些心理辅导。 还能顺便补个课。
This is not a weird conversation at all.
过几天你再来接
Cool.
他，到时候
I'm being sent
最后
away
一
with
项考验
Kaya.
也该就绪了。
有个能在路上聊天的人，我肯定是求之不得了。
Durban is your beat. You can handle it, Smurf. I couldn't. I don't think I could.
才对。但师傅的话，相信，我觉得好。
I was definitely built for the northern climates. Well, I could never live in Durban. The humidity would be the end of me. I'd be grumpy as fuck, definitely.
是吧？
Oh
带
my
骑士团
goodness.
向迪卢克问好。
My in Gauteng, my hair dries very, very quickly. Even though it's really fucking long, it dries really, really fast because of how dry it is here. But I never noticed. And like, I grew up in PE for the most part. I moved when I was like 15, 16. And yeah, I don't really remember if my hair dried quickly there, but here it dries really fast. Even in the winter, it dries really fast. And that's just because it's fucking dry all the time here. You spent 21 years growing up there on the farm. Our frizzer rose, our river froze in winter, and you'd crack it to go swimming. That's madness. You need it to rain. The dust is killing you. Yeah. I mean, you can hear maybe my voice is going a little bit. And I've been drinking Lucozade and water all night. But I'm still a crusty fuck. It doesn't help that I had a sinus infection. The dryness, it's the dryness, but it's also the fucking pollen in the air, the plant jizz wasn't about, and the dust and the all of that is just a terrible, terrible combination. We need rain desperately. We need rain so, so badly. But I don't know when we'll be getting rain. I saw that we should kind of be getting rain on Friday, maybe? You're back, Trigger! You survived load shedding! Fantastic. Hey, Jargon, what the fuck? Gonna start a grind for our boy. Thank you, Spec. Enjoy farming your hojos. I would say you can join my world, but I know that my things were stolen earlier this week, so I don't think they've had a chance to regen. I think it was yesterday. It was forecasted to rain tomorrow, but that changed. No! I forgot today's Thursday. Oh. So wait, we're not getting rain tomorrow? Oh, man. Ah, I fucking lost it. Oh, shit. I'm so bad at catching those things. Anyway. Ah. But yes, congrats. Congrats, Beck. And good luck with building your boy.
抱歉，刚刚有点走神。你问了什么？
Borrowed? They were borrowed? Are you gonna give them back, Bubble? You make it seem like the person was a common criminal. You are! I'm not gonna see those scarabs again. They're gone. They got eaten. When I last checked, it told me no rain for tomorrow. No, wait, I need to check now. Don't tell me that, Cupcake. I need good news. Good news only. Also, who's gonna be at Rage, guys? It's gonna be such a more chilled event, I think. I'll have more time to speak to people. Oh, I have stomach cramps. I wanna die. Why? 10:30 at night. Give me peace. Oh. Wait, what day is it today? Why is it showing me Wednesday? Isn't it Thursday? It's Thursday today. What the fuck? Oh, it has changed. Oh my god, I want to die. It says clear with periodic clouds, and then Friday is mostly cloudy. Oh my god. 0% chance of precipitation. Bubble in my area, it literally stays 0% the entire day, except for at 8 o'clock Friday night. There's a 7% chance. And then it disappears again. There's literally no chance of rain tomorrow for me. Wow. I want to die. You're gonna be at Rage? And her son is joining you? Oh my goodness. I was excited for rain to come, and then the motherfucker decided it was too hot to rain. The thing is, Cupcake, a lot of our storms in Johannesburg are generated by the heat. So, like, we get enough heat. There's gonna be a lot of evaporation, but there's gonna be a fucking massive storm. And I cannot wait for it. I'm so here for it. Diluc! He's not taking part in the Wienerless Fest because he's got a wiener. So he's not allowed to go there. Oh. League time? Oh no. I don't think her son doesn't know what rage is, by the way. Jargon's got it down, even the capitals in the right places. I think it's too hot right now. It needs to cool down a bit first. It'll be a couple weeks before it rains, but I hope I'm wrong. Oh, I hope so too. I hope you're very wrong, Cupcake. We've needed rain for the last month. If we have to wait 2 more weeks, at the very least, I will cry. It's what you do against the machine. Yeah, rage against that machine. Ramus? Who the fuck's Ramus? Atrox? I don't know these characters. It's been a long time since I looked at League. Atrox sounds familiar, but Ramus doesn't. Oh wait, is Ramus the little ball guy? Is he the one that, like an armadillo, he rolls into a ball or something? Ramus was your first main? Oh shit! Wait, do you play League? Jargon, you should play with her son. What is Rage? It's a convention, her son. It stands for Really Awesome Gaming Expo. I'm not even joking. That's what Rage stands for. You played Fork Knife today? Oh my goodness. The tanky turtle. Oh, is he a turtle? I don't play League. It's very much past tense. You played LOL for a whole week. You have 10 to 20 games under your belt. Oh my goodness. Very brave of you to play it for an entire week. You killed... Yoda, you killed someone? That's not something you should just openly admit. Just saying, homie. What a guy. Your Ganyu skills came in handy. Oh shit! Your ex made you? Oh man. 20k games? Oh no. Was she super salty? I dated a League player once. That was a mistake. I say dated, but not really. The whole situation was a oopsie. Should not have happened. Did you play on mobile? Oh my god, wait, can you play it on mobile? Wait, can you actually play it on mobile? No ways. So salty. Ah! Oh my god! Chillin' with the homies, skewing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Give us your potatoes! Never! Chillin' with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. Kai, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my goodness. Oh, you were playing Tower Fantasy? No ways. Oh my goodness. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. My name is Nat Otato, variety streamer from South Africa. I'll be doing that VTuber thing at the moment because it's hot as balls in my country at the moment. So y'all don't need to see me as a sweaty mess. Instead, you get to see me as a cute little tanuki instead. Yeah, Kai, my voice is kind of disappearing, to be honest. But yeah, I'm having a grand old time. I'm trying to do the story quest in Genshin. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Welcome, welcome to all of Kai's crackheads. Who did you bring with you? Dan is here. Hi, Dan. You definitely weren't here already, Dan. Hi. And Dr. Mayberry. How are you doing, Dr. Mayberry? Not lurking, because lurkers get burned. Oh no. Catching up in Tower Fantasy, still gotta get the story stuff done. Oh no. Were you just catching up like levels? Man, my favorite thing to do in Tower Fantasy was definitely the exploration. It just gave me so much stuff to do while I waited for for Genshin things, you know? Because there was a little dry patch with exploration in Genshin, so definitely sated my need, my desire for exploration. Also, I have no idea what your previous message meant. I not long don't this event. I don't... You haven't done this event? Maybe? I'm not too sure. Doing runes dailies in those... thingy thing domain... But yes, the thingy thing domain things, Kai. I know exactly what you're talking about. I too have done the thingy thing domain things. Pepega brain? It's always Pepega brain. You don't need to apologize. Kai speaks English sometimes, usually better than how he reads it. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, Joggin. Yoggin. His speaking and reading skills are debatable at best, but you know, he's English. He doesn't need to be able to speak and or read his own language. It's okay. Don't worry, Kai. I'm on the same page as you. I can't read or speak, so it's fine. You've not long done this event. This one? I just started it tonight. Yeah, the English can't English. We literally have no excuse though, so we just have to roll with it, you know. It's fine. This is fine. One pulse? Wait, what's one pulse? I know I have one brain cell, but that's about it. And again, thank you so much for the raid, Kai. That was a fat raid. We invented a language we can't speak ourselves. Of course! Of course! And we stole spices. Well, I say we. I can use the spices, but I'm not too sure about y'all in England. Yeah, y'all don't know how to use the spices you stole. Not me throwing shade. This is one of those moments where I'm like, ah yes, I am South African. I know how to use spices. We can speak English and write it. This is news to me. Max! Hi, Max! Also, what do you mean, wow? What do you mean, wow, Yoda? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Did the English not steal spices they can't use? This is a known fact. I usually... Kai! You mix spices and hope for the best. You just gonna prove my point, sir. But I mean, if you're happy with the food, if that's what you enjoy, then that's all good, you know. I'm not wrong, but still, I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to be mean. Roxy, thank you for the hearts. Thank you. How are you doing, Roxy? I need to go soon, actually. It's late, guys. I'm from Norway. What are spices? Yeah, that's fair, actually.
节庆期间回家一趟。
Don't you guys eat like snow or something?
上是习俗。凯亚，
Water is a spice. Oh no. Kai has got an Indian friend, Pandalorian. If I'm not mistaken, Pandalorian is Indian. He needs to teach Kai how to cook, almost how to sing. He needs to teach Kai how to sing as well. Get Panda Senpai to teach you how to cook and sing. There we go. At the same time. You're from Jordan? What are spices? No, Hassan, your people definitely know what spices are. Your food is fucking tasty. Don't even, Hassan, I'll ban you. Panda will judge your curries. Yes, he definitely will. But you see, that's why you gotta ask him for help. And Roxy, I'm kind of feeling better, but my voice is kind of disappearing as well, so I'm kind of just hanging in there. Because I'm trying to finish this dialogue so I can duck out. I just got you. I know you've been here for 4 hours, but come on. Unfortunately, I'm a person with a job, so I can't stay up late. You put so much random spice in, but it tastes good and it's nice and it's spicy. Okay, well, like I said, if it works for you, that's okay. But yeah, it would be funny if you cooked a curry. You haven't done a cooking stream in ages, Kai. You need to cook curry on stream so that Panda can sit there and judge you. We can all sit there and judge you, actually. I think that would be fun. I fucking love curry. Ah, I love spicy food, but it does not love me. It burns. My whole face goes red. I start crying. It's not pretty, but I fucking love curry, man. You sound pretty sick, though. Maybe take the day off. I'll take the day off if you do a cooking stream, Kai. How's that? Hi, J-Man. How are you? You want to do one again soon? Yes, please. Because the last time I remember... you cooking... Oh, you were baking, actually. I think... was it for your... It was... maybe for your dad's birthday? I think it was for your dad's birthday. Or... your sister's birthday? It was one of your family... Someone was having a birthday, basically. That's the last cooking stream I can remember. That actually... that was the last one. Oh, Kai, it's been too long. Oh my goodness. Is it really? Mum or dad's? Yeah, I think it was your dad's birthday cake. I'm pretty sure. And you misspelt birthday, I think. And you didn't hear the end of that. I think it was birthday that you misspelt on the cake. That was great. Curry is S-tier food. It is, definitely. I fucking love curry. Doesn't love me, but I love it. It's a love-hate relationship. So he doesn't do a VTuber cooking stream, but we don't see his face. We just get to see his flesh tuber hands. Birthday! Birthday! Happy birthday, Dad! Kai's father adopted me at his last cooking stream. That means Kai has to bake you a birthday cake. You're sick of curry, Yoda? You can give it to me then, thank you. How can you be sick of curry? I would eat curry every day if I could. But I can't, because I think Ray would be very against it. But I found that there's a loophole. I can make him Japanese curry, and he's okay with it. It's not spicy at all. When you have it every day, you get sick of it? I guess. That said, I basically eat rice every day, and I would eat an entire bowl of rice. All you need to do is put a little butter on it. And just, oh, I love rice, man. I think I'm fairly simple, though. I feel like I can eat that shit every day. Just plain rice. Oh. Fresh rice. Oh. I have a rice cooker. The whole house smells amazing when I cook rice. Rice is good with anything, yeah. Although today I had a salad because we had no electricity during dinner time. And I didn't want takeaways again. Rice is D tier? Oh! Cupcake! Naan is where it at. Yeah, okay, naan is amazing. But I feel like you can't eat too much of it. Or you shouldn't, at least. That's me with Bri. I had it like every day when I stayed in the Free State. Don't like it anymore. Oh, yeah, I guess, Roxy. I think, you do need to mix it up, I guess. But the thing is, so Bri is kind of like quite a standard thing, but there's so many different kinds of curry. I guess, yeah, it depends. It depends, Yoda. If you have like the same kind of curry every day, it could definitely get boring. But, there was, what was it? It was like potato and beans or something that a friend's grandmother used to make. And she used to make like potato roti as well. Oh my god. Carbs on carbs. Thank you. Her grandma made the best fucking food. I was so happy whenever I went to go visit them because I knew the food was gonna be amazing. And you know those grandmas, they love to feed people. So you finish your plate of food and then they dish up more. They're like, yeah, are you hungry? Never finish everything on your plate. They'll give you more. I'll have none of this rice slander. You said rice slander and I was like, was he trying to say rice salad? And I was like, classic Kai. We have to decipher what he's trying to say. Rice is meh? Oh my goodness. You're gonna face the chunkler. You're gonna face the chunkler, Cupcake. Unbelievable. But yes, to all of my homies here, Kit Kai is a very, very wholesome streamer. He's actually very sussy as well, but he's a very sweet person. I really enjoy watching his streams and just being a complete terrorist in his chat. He plays all kinds of fucking games. I used to be able to say that he played Genshin Impact, but who knows what the fuck he plays now. You are wholesome. Kai, you have these moments where you're very sweet. Like, when you shout out other people. This is where I picked up this habit from. Whenever Kai shouts out people, he's always just like, oh yeah, you guys should go check out this streamer, blah blah, they play these kinds of games. And every time without fail, Kai is always like, oh yeah, and Nat plays Monster Hunter. I've never played Monster Hunter on stream in my life, but he says it every time. Bless his soul. He's very sweet though. He has his moments. Most of the time he's very sussy. Most of the time, like let's say 1% of the time he's very sweet. but yeah, he's a very fun streamer to watch as well. So if you guys don't follow him, go follow Kai. Very, very nice streamer. I found Kai's community completely by accident because I actually met another streamer called It's Naren. And it was completely by accident because I was just browsing Twitch and I misclicked onto Naren's stream. And that's how I met Kai and her son and Dan. And Clyde Llama's here as well. Woke up to this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you woke up to this. Llama. Anyway. I'm dying. Yeah, I met a lot of good people through Naren and Kai. So, yeah. Very nice people. Amazing streamers. Not me just casually dying on the side here. But yeah. Go follow Kai, or you will be burned. You'll burn with the lurkers. Because that's the thing we do, apparently. You guys laugh when I say that Kai's wholesome, but he does have those moments of being wholesome, okay? He can be very, very sweet when he feels like it. Alright, Nighty Nights, Muffin, thank you so much again for chilling with us, for popping in. And thank you for all of your love and support. I appreciate you. Thank you. Sadistic Muffin's also a really cool streamer, guys. If you don't already follow her, if you like watching horror games, go follow her. She's very cool. Sorry, guys. Woke up to Kai being wholesome. Don't believe it. I'm like lost in the chat. I'm like trying to find if I missed anything, if I missed anyone. I'm sorry. I still haven't seen the sussy Kai, only wholesome. Yeah, exactly. Kai, you don't even know what you play anymore? Yeah, exactly. Every time I watch your streams, you're playing something else. And I'm just like, what the fuck's going on here? It's very confusing. We're still doing, yes, yeah, it's apparently a thing now. We burn the lurkers. This is fine. He's all the holes. Wait, what? A Smurf? Hello? Who's all the what? But yes, all the amazing people here. Can I have the Elmo Fire for BTTV? You mean like an emote, Dan? You want me to add that? Can you maybe... Do you use Discord, Dan? Can you send it to me? You might have to add me as a friend first, because I have some privacy things. May I just send it to me? Either I'm hardly there or I missed something, but Kai is only wholesome. Yeah, let's go with that. You know who else is a cool streamer? Her name is Natato. She's pretty pog. Really? The Hello Mad Cupcake. I've never heard of her before. Sounds like a fucking nerd, though. But thank you, friend. If you don't see the sus, then there is no sus at all. I don't know if that's true, Kai. There's definitely sus. Natato was taken. I hope they're a good streamer. Yeah, for reals, Jargon. I'm so pissed about that. I wanted my name just to be Natato, and then the name was taken, and I was like, for fuck's sakes. And It's Natato was also taken, and I was just like, come on, man. Come on. So I had to be Natato Potato, but I think it worked out in my favor. Because now I get to shout at people who call me Nato. Because everyone misreads this name somehow. This dead simple name of 3 syllables. They're like, ah, yes. Let's cut out the middle syllable. NATO. That's not how this works. And everyone's like, no, but it's easy to say. I'm like, yes, so is Tato. Tato! Everyone calls me Tato. Like Potato. It's not even difficult, man. Come on. Give me a break. Oh, Dan, do you need to add me? I thought when you said yes earlier, I thought you were saying yes to us being friends on Discord. Sorry, Dan. Natato Potato has a nicer ring to it, though. It does when people read it correctly. Panda! Panda, 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 panda's a bye! Panda! Panda, please teach Kai how to make curry. We were talking about you earlier. D-Max, the panda's here. Yeah, y'all can educate Kai on the way of the curry. Becca calls you Snat. Everyone, from that side of the world, from that the mate space, Naren, Kai communities, everyone calls me Snat. So yeah, it's the superior name. We can curry and chill. Yeah, Panda. I was saying that Kai needs to do another cooking stream. It's been a very long time. It's been a very fucking long time since his last cooking stream. He needs to cook curry on stream. How amazing would that be? Please. And watch him get roasted. Please and thank you. Curry and chill. Fuck yes. Please make that your next cooking stream, Kai. It's what the people want. Did you know that Keg doesn't eat if he doesn't cook on stream? So he hasn't eaten in a long while. Panda, I was just saying to him, I'm pretty sure the last time I watched a cooking stream of his was when he baked a cake for his dad, and it said happy birthday. No. You also need curry, Hassan? Yeah. Listen, Kai, it's what the people want. The people want to watch you making curry. Make it happen, man. It's what the people need. They need curry. Curry stream. I'm just gonna every time I can catch your streams now, Kai, I'm just gonna come in. I'm gonna say curry stream, and then I'm gonna leave. No, I'll look, but I'll leave. It's what the people want, man. You gotta give them curry stream. All right. Okay, cool. Well, if that wasn't a good way to end the stream, coughing and spluttering in your ears, I do need to skedoodle. It is 11 p.m. It is very late for me, because I'm an old lady. In case you guys didn't know, I'm old, so I need sleep. So I am gonna skedoodle. What? Whee! There we go. I still have Genshin open, so I guess we can watch Kokomi. This is fun. I think, did Cupcake said he needed to be off? I hate how the game pauses when I, like, tab out. Look at the witch hats. My stream is buffering so bad. Oh no, you know, it might be my problem. I have no idea. I don't know anymore. But yes, take care of yourself, Cupcake. Have a lovely evening. Puppy Kai, make us curry. Exactly. We're all just going to riot until Kai gives us curry. Bedwell, thank you. Chicken curry on my titties. Oh, Panda. Why did I read that out loud? Hiya! Hassan! No spam! You don't have power here, Panda. Clip and ship? Oh no. Fuck, what have I done? Anyway, yeah, I do need to be skedoodlin', but it's been a very fun evening, even though my voice has been questionable for most of tonight. Wah! I'm not dying, you're dying. We're all dying. Oh. I just need to find someone to wade. There's lots of people streaming tonight, which is cray-cray for shows. Do we want to go to someone who's playing Genshin? Oh no! Oh no! Oh. Please. Raid and a Potato, she's a wholesome streamer. Hey guys, what the heck? You can't make the same joke here. Are you guys sharing the brain cell tonight? Oh, Panda. Sorry. I have a no links policy. But a channel cannot raid itself. I tried. Wait, did you really, Jargon? Did you try on your own channel or did you try on mine? That's pretty funny. Okay, how about we go to a very fucking cute VTuber who is doing her partner push. She is playing Nier Automata. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but it's okay. But I was very lucky because I got to meet her recently, and she's very... Ah, Dan! I can't... I'll do it after stream. I'll do it after stream. I promise. I'll do it after stream. Anyway, she's playing Nier. She's very wholesome. But well, okay, maybe my idea of wholesome is a little bit strange. She's a very cool streamer though, so we're gonna head off and send love to Gamagachi. Guys, if you do not already follow her, wow, she's amazing. You know, we have some very quality VTubers in South Africa. I love her to bits. Very, very sweet and very crazy, and just I love everything about her stream. Her stream is such an amazing place. So we're gonna go take some love. Make sure you guys grab that raid message. Sorry for the coughing. Grab that raid message. Potatoes, crispy potato chips are invading. We're gonna give love to Gamma. And yeah, I hopefully will stream tomorrow, guys. I don't know I'm still feeling a little bit sheety, as you guys can tell with all the coughing and stuff. Whoa!
GG's Tato.
GG's everybody. Have a wonderful evening and or day, depending on where you are in the world. And yeah, I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. But if not, please do take care of yourselves. Make sure you hydrate before you dehydrate. And yeah, I'll see you when I see you. All right, bye guys. Don't forget the raid message. Let's go. Whoa. They have no... Oh, it's the wrong one. Cancel. Wah! Thank you, Kai. That was close. Gumma, Gachi, with 2 eyes. Did she always have 2 eyes? Oh my goodness. That was just in time. There we go. We're going to the right person now. Definitely a skill issue. All right, guys. I'll see you. Take care. And yes, raid message. We go spam. We go give love to Gamma. Like I said, she's doing her partner push. Amazing streamer. Love her. Big love. All right. I'll see you guys. It's all Cake's fault? Yeah, let's blame Kai. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Kai affected Nat with a skill issue. Exactly. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Like I said, hydrate before you dehydrate. Yeah? Okay. Bye. And GG's to all. I'll see you guys. Bye.